We are so excited to be back for day 2 of another fun-filled day of crafting.
Yeah, we had such a great time learning from yesterday's instructors and chatting with all of you.
So let's give you a refresher on how SBC Fest works. Each day we will be joined by a group of instructors who have pre-filmed their classes. If you are watching the event live, you can join the live chat with the instructors.
To make sure that you are current in the stream, you may need to refresh the video throughout the day.
Yes, and after the day's stream, we'll have timestamps so that you can go back to the beginning of specific classes that you want to see.
Yeah, and just like we mentioned yesterday, when creating your projects, upload them to social media and be sure to tag Scrapbook.com and use the hashtag SBCFest. Also, upload your photos to the Scrapbook.com gallery and use the hashtag SBCFest in the categories section.
At Scrapbook.com, we are all about empowering and inspiring the community, and we're so very grateful for all of the instructors for joining us. We are asking that you keep the comments positive. Any negative comments will be removed, and if multiple offenses occur, you will be removed from SBC Fest.
We can't thank you enough for the last SBC Fest and yesterday and how positive everybody was, so we again want to continue that today.
All right, on our SBC Fest page, you can find commonly asked questions under our FAQ.
And if you're curious about any of the supplies used today, you can go over to the supplies page and find those supplies.
All right, so I know you're all curious. If you didn't see yesterday, you want to know how all of the giveaways will work. So between certain classes, we will be popping into chat. That is when we will be announcing all of the giveaways.
Yeah, and all you have to do is comment in the live chat. One lucky winner will be tagged and the comment will be pinned to the top of the live chat. You can also find a full list of winners in the YouTube description. All
right, let's do a giveaway right now.
Let's do it. I have it right here.
Let's see what our first giveaway of day 2 is.
Yes.
It is all of Paige Evans stuff. You guys are going to love this.
Yes.
All right, let's check it out. Let's go over to our overhead camera so you can see. You're getting this beautiful 12 by 12 paper pad of Paige Evans Splendid collection full of gorgeous designs. You're also going to get the smaller one with the gold foiling in it. Gorgeous. And then let's see what else you're getting, Cody. You're getting this fun dimensional sticker set, this stamp.
Some embellishments.
Beautiful embellishments. And what are these? Look at these 18 cards and envelopes. These are gorgeous.
Yeah, and then some other little fun embellishments.
As well as washi tape.
Yes.
All right, all of this to one lucky winner. So what do they need to do, Cody?
Comment what your favorite thing that you learned from yesterday in SBC Fest was. We'll pick a winner in just a minute, but before we do that, let's remind you about the freebie we have.
Okay, let's do it. All right, so this freebie yay tag, everybody can get one. It's free, so make sure you add it to your cart. So overhead in our overhead camera here, you can see the beautiful tag. It comes with so many little things in it. You get the reinforcer, a cute heart, and yay. And not only just the word yay, you get the outer background for it too, which is great.
Yes, and while you're shopping throughout the event, be sure to pick up the SBC Fest sticker. This is free with a $20 purchase.
I want to show it. I'm going to peel it off. It's really cool. It's like vinyl, so it's a really good quality. You can put this on your notebook, on your tumbler, on wherever you're keeping notes about SBC Fest. This is such a great, fun sticker to have. Yeah. All right, should we show some tags that we made?
Yes, so yesterday, well, I made this one, but then yesterday I showed that I made this one following Laura Evangeline's techniques.
Yes, so all the techniques were awesome yesterday, and just here's a couple more using some of the stuff in Laura Evangeline's class, and we're just going to make some more tags today with some of the other stuff that we learned, right?
Yes.
Okay, use code SBCFest2 to save more at checkout. All right, let's get started. Should we choose a winner?
Yes.
Okay.
We will be choosing a winner right now, and that will be pinned to the top of the live chat. Plus, it'll also be entered in the description below.
All right. Let's get into the first class, Cody, of the day with Paige Evans. She's starting us off strong today.
Yes. And then following Paige's class, we'll be joined by Baldwin, and then we'll be back here to chat more.
Yes, and we'll do another giveaway, so you're not going to want to miss it. And I hope you're all rested and ready for day 2. So let's get started and let's go craft.
Yes, let's go to Paige's space.
Hey friends, it's Paige Evans and welcome to my class here at SBC Fest. We are going to make a mini album. Super excited. Using my garden shop collection, and remember, I will be here in the comments, so if you have any questions, let me know. And if you're watching on the replay, you can also leave a comment or reach out to me on social media, and I am more than happy to answer any questions you may have about this mini album. So let's get started. Hey friends, here is the mini album that we are going to create in class for Scrapbook.com's SBC Fest. And first I want to walk you through the supplies that you are going to need to create this mini album along with me. So you can see it's dedicated to flowers. I just love flowers so much, and now that we are about to enter spring, this is a perfect little project to create. So you will need a Platinum Spellbinders manual die cut machine. You will need the wafer thin metal die set, the nested flowers. It's got 6 little pieces. You'll need the floral confetti stencil. So these two are Scrapbook.com exclusives. I'm using a variety of adhesives, also from Scrapbook.com. There's a permanent adhesive roller, a roll of dimensional foam adhesive, and liquid glue. Those are the adhesives you'll need. You'll also need a mini stapler. This one is from Tim Holtz. Another Tim Holtz product are these mini book rings. There are 18 in a set, and I'm using one of them to hold the entire album together. For a little embellishment, some string, I've tied this around the binder ring holding the album together. A piece of white textured cardstock from American Crafts. Typed and printed journaling, or you could use your own handwriting. And then some photos. I've got 3 2-inch square photos and 1 little square photo that is 1 1/4 inches square. So we'll talk about fun ways to incorporate more photos, because I know that that's not very many for a mini album, but my garden shop collection with American Crafts has a lot of sunflowers, and so these were perfect to fit in this mini album. So speaking of garden shop, this is the collection that we are going to use. We'll use my 48-page 12 by 12 paper pad. They are single-sided, and it includes all 48 patterns from my garden shop collection. So there's 24 double-sided pattern papers. You get all 48 designs in this paper pad. So they are single-sided, and for that reason, we are going to cut out some flowers and attach them back to back. Also from Garden Shop, you'll need the floral and leaf die cuts. It's got 50 pieces. We'll be using a few of them. The 8-page sticker book with 308 stickers on 8 different pages. It's got transparency and paper and a variety of styles. The die cut embellishments. So there are 40 pieces in this one. The foam thickers, they're called Best Today, and it's got a bunch of words, titles, sentiments, and teeny tiny hearts, which I love to bits. 2 sides, front and back. And the cardstock stickers. There are 98 cardstock stickers, 2 sides, all the little pieces that coordinate with Garden Shop and help it come to life. So let's get started creating our mini album. And first we'll bring in the dies and the die cut machine. There are 6 concentric flowers in this wafer thin metal die set called Nested Flowers. Again, it's an exclusive from Scrapbook.com. And I want to cut 2 of each. Some have a couple more because I want to cut out some white cardstock for a place for your eye to rest. And so let's start with the smallest one first. We'll grab that from the center and we'll cut our papers first and then use the machine to cut them out. So I want to cut the first little piece from this orange paper, and the best way that I found to do this is to just cut what you need. So I'm just going to bring in a pair of fussy cutting scissors and cut out the paper slightly larger and set it aside. And I also want another one from, let's see, it's a dark floral with birds. It's probably going to be the last one. There it is. Okay, so I want another piece from this paper. So once again, just put the paper right there, grab your scissors, cut around it. Okay, so I know I'll cut this circle from these two papers. Grabbing the next size up, so die number 2. And I will cut from a light pink paper and a darker pink. So give me a moment to find these. Huzzah, this is the one I want. The first one, so cut out a piece that's a little bit larger. And I also want a darker pink. So just scroll through. We'll be scrolling through the paper pad a few times, finding these papers, and that's okay. So we'll get to see all the pretty patterns a few different times. That pink one. Nope, keep going. That was kind of a salmon color. I'm looking for this one right here. So grab the die. Oops. Hold it in place and then cut a little corner. And those are the two I will cut from this paper. Moving on to the third flower. So I want this one from a green floral and more of an orangey floral. So I'm backtracking the rest of the pad, seeing if it's in the front section here. Nope. So we'll scroll on through the pad, finding the green floral and the orange floral. So here's the orange floral. Hold it in place, trim around, and now I'm looking for the green floral. This way I get to choose the papers front and back side, right? Because these are single-sided. Sometimes in the 12 by 12 patterns, I wouldn't necessarily want the paper that is shown on the back side. So this is one advantage to having single-sided papers. I get to choose both the front and the back side. Moving on to the next flower, I want a periwinkle blue striped and a super colorful floral. And I know the super colorful floral is in the front, and there's the blue right there. Perfect. So I'll grab this periwinkle blue striped paper first. This is one of my favorite colors. Pink is my absolute favorite color, of course, but periwinkle is right up there too. And then that colorful floral, which was towards the front. And let's see, I think I'll grab it from this corner this time. So then I can get a lot of the colors in it. Well, let's see, where do I want it from? See, by holding the die over, I can really pick the colors that I want to focus on. So I think down here on the bottom left, you get a good variety of all of the colors in this paper. So holding it in place, cutting around it, on to the next. So we're on the second to the last flower now. I want this one from 2 yellow papers actually. So there are a couple different yellow pattern papers, and I want the yellow floral. So you're getting the hang of this now. Hold it in place and cut around it. And I also want a yellow polka dot paper. So flip on through till I can find the yellow polka dot. And this way I'm getting a good mix of solids and florals. And you'll see when we put the album together, it's nice to have a busy pattern and a more solid color together on the spread. Last one is the largest flower, and I want to cut this one from a black and white floral and a darker floral. So last time scrolling through the paper pad, hope you've enjoyed seeing all the different pretty patterns. So here is a darker floral, hold it in place, roughly cut around it. And then last but certainly not least, the black and white floral. Can't remember where it's located in the pad, so very last time, my friends, finding the papers for this mini album. The mini album, super tiny, super cute, will make for a great gift or just a quick and easy project that you want to do on an afternoon when you've got some time. These nested dies are great for the foundation of mini albums, and at the very end I've got lots of examples to show you using all of the not all of, but a lot of the nested dies from Scrapbook.com. Okay, now that I have all of the papers cut out, I am going to bring in my manual die cut machine. So I have the Spellbinders Platinum. So to use this, open up the sides, put in the thickest platform piece first, followed by the Magic Mat from Scrapbook.com, and then put your die on top. And you'll want to flip the pattern paper over to the back side. And I can fit a couple more on here, so I am going to do that. So I'm grabbing the tiniest little flower and one of the papers, flip it over. Next size up, flip the paper over, and then grab another Magic Mat. Carefully place it on top and then roll it on through. Sorry, very shaky. Okay. And then you'll have some of your flowers ready to go. So there's one. Can't see them. There's one, there's two, and there is a teeny tiny one. So let's repeat. Over on this side now. So I have this larger paper, making sure it's covering the whole die, and then flipping my paper over, and the last one. Run it on through. So we're going to repeat this for all of our papers and all of our dies. So we have two of each size that we can attach back to back. And then I also do want some cut from cardstock. So I'm done with the largest flower. So I can go ahead and put it back on the packaging piece. There's my large flowers. I've got both of my small flowers. And second size flower. So we're done with those ones. All done with those flower pieces. So now, next, here is this flower with the ridges side up. Let me move it over so we can see. The ridges side up, so one of the papers down. The next size with the pattern side down. And see if I can squeeze this one on here. I think it'll fit with the pattern side down. Put your following piece, sandwich it on top, and then run it on through. Oop. There we go. And we'll have to do this one final time to get all of our pieces ready to go. Okay, so my last set, let's see if we can move it over so we can see. So my largest paper, followed by my medium-sized paper and the small paper. Not to say that those are the, you know, we've got 3 other sizes of large, medium, and small, right? But as far as these 3 concentric flowers go, that's the order and the papers that we cut out for them. Running it through one more time to make my pattern paper flowers. Ooh, there you go, running. Okay. Now I do also want to cut out some white cardstock flowers. And let me see which sizes of those I need. Just a second. All right, it's actually pretty easy. The 3 sizes that we just cut out, so the exact same ones that we just did from the pattern paper, those are the 3 sizes that I want cut out from white cardstock. So instead of cutting out squares individually, what you can do is just trim the cardstock down to 6 by 12. Grab my paper trimmer and cut the piece down to 6 by 12. I'll bring this back into frame. I'm putting the textured side down because that's the side that I want face up. Put the coordinating mat on top and then roll it on through. And these will be the 3 cardstock flowers that I want for my mini flower shaped album. So there's 1 and 2 and 3, and now I can put away my dies. I can put away the it's not an electronic, it's a manual, the manual die cut machine, and then we will continue creating our mini album. So let me just clean up my space. Here are all of the flowers that we die cut, and now we want to glue them back to back. So I'm using the Scrapbook.com Smart Craft Glue. Another option would be to machine stitch these in place. It might be a little difficult around these scalloped petals. Oh, hello kitty. So I would stitch circles. Hold on, we gotta say goodbye to the kitty. I love my kitty so much, but anytime she hears me talking, she thinks I'm talking to her and she wants love and affection. Okay, so I've added glue and sandwiching the coordinating size right on the back. You have a little bit of time before the glue dries to adjust and make sure it's perfectly aligned back to back. Okay. If glue gets out, just wipe it up. On to the next. So the next size are these yellow, not circles, but yellow florals. So add liquid glue around the edges, and then in the center, place the coordinating piece right on top, and you can slide it, nudge it until they're exactly back to back. Press it in place. On to the next one. So I've got the floral and the blue striped. A little bit in the middle and press it in place. So we're repeating this technique to get all of our pages back to back. And the next size is the green floral and this kind of orangish color. Adding liquid glue. Sandwich back to back, press it in place. It would also be really fun to add hand stitching around the edges or do little French knots through every petal. You could really get creative with how you attach your pages back to back and make them your own. The embellishments that you want to add, the things you want to do to the edges. I'm leaving mine empty, but I would really love to go back in and add some machine stitching to the edges. Goodness knows, I love stitching machine, by hand. I love it all. So these are the last two, the teeny tiny pages. You don't need much glue at all to attach them back to back. That was a little bit too much glue. So I'll press the excess onto some scrap paper. And then sandwich the other piece on top. Okay. I'm gonna let these sit and dry for just a minute. Not sandwiching the white flowers back to back. I'm going to use these as a layer on some of the pages. Once the glue is dried, we can start working on our pages one at a time. So since the first page is so teeny tiny, it's like a 1/2 inch wide, you can't add very much onto these to decorate them. So throughout the 8-page sticker book and even in the cardstock stickers and foam stickers, you will find some stickers that are that teeny tiny. So from the second page, and I always think it's helpful to take the stickers, the pages out of the stapled 8-page sticker book, I can find things a lot easier when they're not attached. So I've taken them out of the staples. So on the very front cover, there is a little round flower sticker, attaching that right on top. And then on the back page, basically the same thing. There's a little round flower sticker and adding it right on top. And that's basically all the embellishing I can do. If you want to add something like an enamel dot or a pops, those exclusives from Scrapbook.com, you absolutely could, just to add a little something extra. But like I said, this page is so teeny tiny, so that's all I'm doing on this first page. On the second page, again, not much bigger, but you know, still some space to add little bits and pieces. So from the cardstock stickers, and take it out of the packaging, there is a heart on the front side that says love, and it just so happens to fit perfectly in place right in the center. From the 8-page sticker book, there are a whole bunch of copper foiled hearts throughout. So I'll just grab one from this page, one of the smaller ones. It comes in a few different sizes, and place it off center down below. And that's literally all I'm doing to that page, again, because it's so tiny. Once we start getting to the larger pages, I'll be able to add a few more embellishments. Now my album is going to flip up, so the hole will be punched at the top, so every page will flip up. So as I'm embellishing, I'm going to be mindful of that. In fact, sometimes I think it's easiest to punch the holes first, so we can have that reference. So I'm using the Crop-A-Dial from We Are Memory Keepers, and there are 2 different sizes. So I'm using the smaller hole punch, and I will place the first page right in there, and you can flip it over and see where it's going to punch. There we go. And then grabbing the next piece and punching a hole right through the top. Grab the next page, punch a hole. And the next, you could stack a few of these together at a time. That makes me a little nervous, so I just like to punch the holes one at a time. But this can go through many, many layers, even chipboard. So as I'm getting to the progressively bigger sizes, I am punching the hole through the petals. So not right in the center. And this one, let's see, the leaves are kind of going up and out, so this will be my top. There we go. Now I have a hole that I can use as a reference point for making my pages. So I know that that will be the top or the bottom. And that's also how I will attach all of the pages together once everything is embellished onto a binder ring. And I find it's helpful to decorate the pages and embellish everything and add all of the texture and dimension before assembling the album together. Okay, so this is the front side of my second page, flipping it up. And on this page, adding a few different things. For how small it is, I'm able to add quite a few embellishments. From the floral and leaf die cuts, from the top section, there is a floral wreath, and I just want a little section of it. So from this little section right here, just going to trim it out, kind of around it, and that just barely fits on this page. It's actually still a little too big, so I am just trimming it down even more. There we go, and attaching it to the top. Okay, so my hole's at the bottom. This little floral cluster is going to be at the top. And then in the 8-page sticker book, there's a page with labels, and this little periwinkle blue one will overlap the bottom. So then you just get a little hint, a little sneak peek of some pretty flowers sticking up from the top edge. And I just love that little peekaboo of flowers. Also from the 8-page sticker book, there's a page of transparency stickers, and I like it best when they're either placed on scratch paper and cut out to become like die cuts, or placed on a white background. So this label is white, so if I place the button, it's a yellow floral button sticker right on top, you're still able to see it even though it's a transparency sticker. Last little embellishment from the 8-page sticker book, there is a word that says bloom, and it will fit right across, so I'm covering up that button flower sticker a little bit. Again, you're just getting little peeks and little hints of embellishments sticking out. On to the 3rd page, they're getting progressively bigger. So this is going to be my front side, which is the green floral. And from the cardstock stickers, there is a periwinkle polka dot vase with some flowers peeking out, and the entire piece won't fit, so I actually just cut off the bottom section, and I want some dimension happening. So instead of placing this sticker flat on the page, I'm going to add foam tape. So from the roll of foam tape, tearing off a little bit, add it onto the back side. I need one more little piece. Peel off the protective backing piece. And then with the hole at the top, there's like a little divot right in between, so that's a great spot for this to fit. And then to hide that edge that I trimmed in the 8-page sticker book, again, because my mini album is so tiny, this package of embellishments, all of these stickers are really great for embellishing this mini album. So there is a sticker that's also green, like the background, that says "so pretty." So I am overlapping it over the bottom edge. That bottom straight edge that we cut off, adding that sentiment that says "so pretty." On the back side, so with my hole at the bottom, the only thing I added was a round foam sticker. So let me take it out of the packaging. And it says, "Kindness grows here." And I just really love that, and I love that there are florals on it. And it's going to overlap the hole just a little bit, and I don't really want that because then it won't slide very easily on the binder ring. And so putting my punch back over it, aligning it. You can see right through the hole and re-punching that hole. So it'll just nick off a little bit of that foam sticker, but that way it'll move much easier on the binder ring once we assemble our album together. So that's all I did on these pages, so we are moving right along. On this next page, so we're on the 4th page with the hole at the top, I grabbed an ephemera die cut. So this one doesn't come from the floral and leaf die cuts. It comes from just the embellishments. There's sentiments and words and journaling spots. And I fussy cut the floral cluster from the bottom. And you can save the thanks a bunch for, say, a thank you card or just a separate project. So I'm fussy cutting, leaving the white border around since there's a white border going on the rest of the die cut. I cut around with leaving a white border and then cut this in half. So just about there. And then I want to attach these onto this page, leaving a gap between and also using foam tape so they can pop off the background. And there's a lot of room in this mini album to add lots of dimension, so don't be afraid to add all kinds of thickness and different depths and layers of adhesive. So here's my top piece, again with my hole at the top so I can have a reference point. So I'll place these ones at the top, this one at the bottom, and then in between a sentiment from the 8-page sticker book that says, I must have flowers always and always. And to help it so it doesn't sink in the middle, I'll also add some foam tape. So then it's at the same height as the flowers in between, or on opposite sides. Just for a little extra oomph and some sparkle and shine, from the 8-page sticker book, there is a copper bubble border sticker, and so I want to grab 5 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Round off the other edge. And then if you are able to, you can peel out the little teeny tiny circle in the center of each of the bubbles. So then it will reveal kind of like a scalloped border, you'll see. It's all stuck to my fingers. Okay, so gently lift up that sentiment sticker and tuck the bubble border sticker underneath, and then you'll get what looks like a scalloped edge. So I'm centering it right underneath, and there we go. I love the way that looks. That page is finished. It's got lots of color, lots of florals. Flipping it over to the back side. This is the spot where I'm going to add my first white cardstock flower. So flip it over, add some adhesive using my adhesive roller, or you could use liquid glue, your favorite adhesive, and placing it right on top. And now I'm going to bring in my very first picture. Yay! So this picture is of Jane with the sunflowers, and it is sized to 1 1/4 inches. So it's very, very small, but so is the rest of my album. Center it right in the middle, and time to embellish. So the first thing I want to add is letter stickers to spell her name. So unless you have a daughter named Jane, I don't know if these letters will apply, but it's fun to add letters on the petals. So hopefully when you're making your album, you can think of a word that you can spell with these mini alphabet stickers. And I love the rainbow sherbet colors. And just carefully place one on the petal, starting on the bottom and working my way up and around. So J-A-N and E. And I'm just using a variety of colors. There's so many different colors that you can choose from. Next, because there are sunflowers in the picture, and there are a lot of sunflowers throughout this collection, look, there's a little tab sticker with sunflowers. So I'm tucking that up under the photo and adding some button cardstock stickers. So from the cardstock stickers, there are a few different buttons. So I am grabbing this yellow flower, a little green round button, a little pink round button, and a little blue button. And I want to attach all of these with some foam tape. Just pop them up. So I'm tearing off little bits of foam tape from that roll of foam and add it over here on the top right. So I'm going to create a little cluster up here on the top right, mirrored with a little cluster on the bottom left. So I've got some embellishments going up on the top right, another cluster on the bottom left, and that will help balance this page. I'm just tearing the foam. If you want to have cleaner edges, you can use scissors to trim it off, but I don't know, you don't see the adhesive, so I don't know if it's a big deal to, you know, take the time to trim it off and make a nice clean edge, but just by tearing it off, I save some time. And what does that mean? Saving time means more time for scrapbooking. I'm going to bring the paper pad back in because there is a page, I think it's more towards the back, there it is, that has a whole bunch of sentiments. And so there is one that says homemade with love, and all I want is the word that says love. So I'm going to use my fussy cutting scissors to carefully trim out that sentiment. I don't want this paper pad to go too far because I will need it again for another sentiment. And I didn't do this in my original sample, but you could just notch the end like a little pennant for a little extra cuteness, and then add it in the top right cluster to finish off that cluster. So I've got embellishments on the top right, finished on the bottom left, and that helps balance. So on this little tab, you could write the date that these photos were taken. I just left it empty, but I do love the idea of stamping the date or writing the date right there. On to the next. We are working our way through this album. A couple more pages left. So on this page, first layer will be a wreath of leaves, and I do recommend adding adhesive enforcement basically on every embellishment, especially if it's larger and could fall off more easily. So I just added some adhesive on the back. And since this is more spring themed than I would say fall themed, I'm going to cover up this sentiment with a foam sentiment sticker that says "Make Today Beautiful." And I love how it's got a sunflower and it's got copper foiling details, and it's just the perfect size for this page. There's still so many things you could add at this point. Consider adding drops of pops. That's fun to say. A little pop dot, a little pop of color on every petal, or a little French knot on every petal, but I would do my French knots before attaching the pages back to back, so that way you won't see any thread on the back side. To embellish, I added a trio of cardstock stickers. So first, a copper heart, and these cardstock stickers especially, I would add additional adhesive on the back. So right at the top center, and then flank it with a hummingbird. My daughter loves birds, always has, always will, I'm betting. So the hummingbirds just kind of perched right above the sentiment. and a bee. Now, she doesn't really like bees all that much, but there were a lot of bees flying around these sunflowers. So I thought it worked. There we go. So let me move that over so it's more balanced on the left side and the right side. That page is done. Isn't it so fun to just add all of these pretty things? Teeny tiny. Start with the larger embellishments first, then come in with the teeny tiny embellishments. And there's just so many teeny tiny things. You could always find a little place for a round heart sticker, right? Next page. On the back side of this one, so I'm flipping it right up and down. So my hole is at the bottom. This is another spot where I added a white cardstock flower for some breathing room for my journaling. So you could either adhere it straight on top, straight up and down, or you could rotate it a little bit for some interest, to create some interest. So from the ephemera die cuts again, so not the floral die cuts, but the ephemera die cuts, I need to find a letter board. So here's the ephemera die cuts. I believe it's from this top section. I could be wrong. Oh, but I'm right. So here is a sentiment that says, flowers are my happy place, which is so true. I love flowers so very much. But I also wanted to include some journaling. So what I did is add this letterboard first, centering it on the page as best I can. And then I typed and printed out my journaling. And this font is called Remington Noiseless. So I am going to trim it into strips. Just a second. There is one strip of journaling, and there's the second. To attach it in place, using my scissors, and I want to trim it into pieces that will fit on this letterboard. So let's just start eyeballing it. So start at the bottom, and the sentiment behind will kind of peek through, and that's okay. I don't think it'll be legible at all once I get all of my journaling adhered in place. So break up picture taking into 2 lines. Looks like I can get about 2 or 3 words, maybe even 4 per line. There we go. And then there's some excess in front of the beginning of the sentence. So we move these around and it looks like it fits pretty well. So I'm happy with that placement. So now I will glue everything in place. Add some liquid glue onto the back. Carefully place it. And then repeat. So I'm just moving them off. Sometimes it's a little easier to grab them when they're not directly on the page. Next one. Add a little line. Sorry, I'm concentrating. Sometimes when I'm scrapbooking and teaching at the same time, there are some tasks that require my utmost attention, and fussy cutting is one, or just cutting anything out with my scissors. I have a hard time talking and teaching at the same time as when I'm cutting with my hands. And I guess it's kind of like the minute, the really, really detailed things. So when I'm trying to add glue on a very tiny area, I just need all the concentration I can muster. Let's just hold it in place till it dries. And so my journaling says, I love that you're always willing to indulge in my picture taking obsession. especially when it involves flowers. So I'm always looking for photos, you know, and Jane is just so cooperative. Anytime I say, Jane, go put on this, go put on that, let's go take some pictures. She is always more than willing and ready. So I had some excess glue there. I'm gonna pick it up with a paper towel or just a little tissue paper. It dries clear though, so it's not a huge deal. And I also spilled some on my side. There we go. Just wipe it up and we're good to go. So the only other thing that I added onto this page is a round heart sticker. And I love these so much. There's so many of them and they're so perfect for the finishing touch on a page that's so tiny. So right there, front and center. On to the last page. I can't believe it. We're just cruising right on through. Again, with an album that's this tiny, you know, there's only so many things you can add, but look at all of the texture, all of the dimension, all of the shadows that we are able to create with all of our different embellishments. So fun to look through. So for this page, I want to do a little bit of mixed media, and I'm going to do it on this white cardstock flower. It's the largest of the three that we cut out. So first, I want to grab a piece of scratch paper. This is just some printer paper that I have. And then I want the stencil. So this is a Scrapbook.com exclusive. It's floral confetti. And just to help make it so my page won't run amok, I'm adding a little dab of adhesive onto the back. Now let's put it more in the center so I have more excess space around the edges. Placing my stencil on top, and it covers the whole thing really well, so just center it right there, and then grab a spatula and some modeling paste. So I am grabbing modeling paste, putting it on my spatula, and then scrape it on through the stencil. Work the paste all the way to the edges, and I need a little bit more paste. And now I'm getting all the way to the edges. I think I've got it pretty much covered. Let me lift off my stencil just to be sure. Looks good. I'm very carefully going to lift it so it can get out of the area that I'm working on, and just rubbing my finger over the edges to remove any excess. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm okay if there's some hanging off the edges. And then this needs to dry. So while this is drying, I am going to pause and clean off my spatula and clean off my stencil so that it doesn't dry. So friends, this drying process takes a few minutes. You can also speed it up with a hair dryer. So let's do that. Let's clean off our mixed media tools and then dry this with a hair dryer, and we will resume. It's a bit loud. My pages are flying. Okay, so now that my stenciled page is dry, I just want to talk about a couple different options. I used white modeling paste, but this would also look really cool with a colored modeling paste, like any color that matches this collection, like a light yellow or a pink or a periwinkle blue. I used white because I wanted to create a texture. I really love this tone-on-tone look and the texture and the shadows and dimension that it creates. And you don't even have to use this stencil. Scrapbook.com makes a lot of really awesome stencils. Here is another spring floral one with butterflies and flowers. A really dainty rose bloom stencil. This one is called Buttercup and Daisy, and I'm sure there's lots more, but lots of really fun options for creating this kind of texture and dabbing your toes into mixed media. So if mixed media scares you a little bit, stencils and modeling paste are a great way to just, experiment and try things out. So let's move on. I want to attach this page onto my final largest flower. So add some permanent adhesive onto the back. And then this page is where I can add more photos. So these photos are 2 inches square, and I can't fit all of them onto this page and have it look okay, like you could layer them like this, but what I want to do is create a photo flip. So to do this, first I attach 2 pictures back to back. And remember, if you're doing a photo flip and you flip the first photo up, you want the back photo to be the right orientation. So flip like this. So I'll add adhesive onto the one photo. And just to be sure, so I want it like this, flip it up, and then attach my second photo. And it looks like I have a little bit of excess hanging off the edges, so I'll grab my pair of scissors and snip off that excess, any excess hanging off the edge. And then to attach them together, I'm placing them on top of each other and then using my tiny attacher from Tim Holtz to staple them together at the top. Now, I have found through my minimum practice with mixed media over the years that the best adhesive to stick onto modeling paste is foam adhesive. So I'll bring in that roll again and add a piece across the bottom, across the top, and just for good measure, I'll do a piece across the middle. So this way it should really attach onto this mixed media, onto this modeling paste. It won't go anywhere. So right in the center with my hole at the top, center it onto that page, and look at it's coming together. It's so pretty. I just love this detail work on this cardstock flower that we've created with the stencil. Now it's time for some embellishments. So from the cardstock stickers, there is a word that says beautiful, and I do want to reinforce this with some liquid glue because like I just said, the best adhesive is foam, but I don't really want more dimension, so I'm just reinforcing it with some liquid glue. And I'll tuck that right under the photo at the center top, and then add some flowers also from the cardstock stickers. So these down the right side are all individual flowers, and I love all the different colors. So here's a periwinkle, and then it's also surrounded by a copper foil floral border sticker, and the flowers inside are the individual ones. So just creating a little cluster up here on the top left, bringing in the same colors that are on this pattern paper on the background. So this lime green peeks out from here and there, so I'm going to bring out that lime green with another flower. And then I want to create a photo flap so that it's easier to see my photos. So from the 8-page sticker book, there are semicircles, and look, there's some sunflowers. Definitely want to enhance the sunflower theme. So I'll add a semicircle down here on the bottom right, and then flip it up and attach another semicircle floral sticker on the back. So by sandwiching my stickers back to back, I create a little page turner, a little photo flip. So now it's just a little bit easier to flip up my photos and see all 3 of them. And I just want to add some more embellishments, because why not? So from the die cuts, there is a pink button sticker. Let me see, I gotta find it. Yep, so from the ephemera die cuts, there's a little pink flower button sticker. So attach it onto the bottom right section. We're going to create a little cluster of embellishments down here. And then from the foam phrase stickers, remember we talked about these copper hearts. They're just oh so cute. And I want some more dimension, so I'll just add this into the cluster. To complete the trio, so we have 2 flower stickers up on the top left. I want another one on the bottom right. And I like this dark blue color, so I'll grab the dark blue flower and tuck it into this little cluster that we're making on the bottom right. There we go. And finally, one more of these flowers, the yellow one. If you flip up the photo, you can attach it right onto the back of the button sticker that's hanging off the edge. And then that brings out the yellow sunflowers in the photo. The last thing I want to add on this page, I'm bringing the paper pad back in from that same page, that same paper that has all of the sentiments. And right here on the edge is a word that says love. So I'm going to trim that one out around the word love. So many sentiments. You could just park yourself in front of the TV and have a ball cutting all of these sentiments out so that they're ready to go whenever you need a sentiment, because I'm sure you can find one that would work for you, for the layout or mini album that you're using. Once again, you can trim the right edge into a little pennant if you'd like. Just snip from corner to center, from corner to center, and that just gives it a little something extra. And attach it into that cluster on the back side. I did add one more thing, and that is a round heart sticker. So we've got a trio of embellishments on the bottom right corner of this photo. There we go. Just little fun details that are so fun, again, for lack of better word. I don't know. I need to come up with better words, but I just love flipping through and finding all of these little details, like, ooh, look, a little sticker. Ooh, look, a little sticker, a little word. All those details just bring it to life. Okay, now on to the back cover. So here is a question for you. On my sample, so my album, you know, you flip it up, you're going through, and then you get to the last page, and it is this orientation, right? With my hole at the bottom. But if you're holding the album like this, and say it's dangling from a hook or something, and you're looking at it, the sentiment is upside down. So it's totally up to you whether you want your last page to be the same orientation as the rest of your album, or if you want to have it backwards, upside down, you know. So just for consistency's sake, I will continue making it how I have been making the album, but that's just a little something to note as you are making this last page. So I grabbed a cardstock sticker and added it right onto the page. Be sure to add some extra reinforcement with adhesive. And add it to kind of the bottom portion. And also from the cardstock stickers, there's a sentiment that says made with love, which this album sure was, hiding the bottom edge of this floral cluster. And then from the 8-page sticker book, there is a page with that same page with border stickers that we've used once before, the copper bubble border. Let's grab the floral scallops, and I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 little scallops. Trim off, and so you still have quite a bit to use on another project. And I'm just going to round it a little more and add that as a final layer at the bottom. Okay, so then I want to grab 3 more floral die cuts. So all 3 of these die cuts come from the floral and leaf die cuts, and I'm going to tuck them underneath the cardstock sticker. So they're just peeking out from behind, emphasizing the floral theme of this book, this mini album. This little cluster of periwinkle flowers and the watering can is too big to tuck under, so I actually just trimmed it off. Trim it off and then tuck it underneath, and then you can reinforce with liquid glue. So the cardstock sticker is not doing all the work. You've at least got some adhesive attaching it in place so these won't go anywhere anytime soon. Now that I've finished all 6 pages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I want to show you how to dress up this page with some pops of color, and then also how I would do a hand-stitched page. So to use these pops of color, I've already removed the red piece that helps the liquid not dispense, so remove that, and then just add a little dot onto every petal of the flower, and this just adds a little something extra, a little literal pop of color, which is so fun. So these come in all kinds of colors, so you can find one that matches whichever collection you're using, but hopefully you're using Garden Shop, right? But really, I love seeing when you use your own stash or when you use a different collection. The results are always stunning and fun and unique. Little pop, and then I'm not going to put a dot on the last petal where the binder ring goes, just because there's a hole right there. So I will set this aside to dry. And now I want to die cut more papers and another piece of cardstock to show you how I would add hand stitching. So I'm going to bring in my die cutting materials again. So here is the Spellbinders Platinum, and my mats are already there. So I've got the platform, 1 magic mat, and I want to die cut 2 papers, 2 pattern papers from the largest flower. Where did that flower set go? Right here. So I'm grabbing the largest flower and a medium flower to use as the template for making stitching holes. And I also want the next smallest flower too. So I'm grabbing the 3 largest, cutting a piece of white cardstock from the 2 smaller of the 3. So let's see, it might be easiest just to go like this. I lost my scissors. Where'd they go? All the way over here. Okay, so trimming my cardstock to fit these 2 flowers. So I'll put those on the mat face up with the textured side face down. Put the other magic mat on top and then run it through. And I have my 2 white cardstock flowers. Now I do need 2 larger flowers made from pattern paper. I'll set those aside. And the pattern papers I want, again, I'm using the 12 by 12 paper pad. And I want it from this darker floral, so I'll cut around it. And I also want the one right before it. So just to save some time, cutting 2 papers at a time. Just loosely cutting around them. And then put them back. I'll have to do this twice because I can't, well, maybe I can cut out 2 at a time. I've actually never tried. But just for the sake of not messing up, do 1 at a time. So you've seen it before now. Let's just create our paper flowers, running it through. So there is 1. And then 1 final time. So with the pattern face down, place the magic mat on top and run it on through. Okay, so now to make my stitching holes, let me just clean up my space a little bit, put my flowers back on. I can get rid of the die cut machine now. So for this, you'll need a pencil and the smaller white cardstock flower. I am aligning it so my petals are going to be in line, and I'm just eyeballing it, trying to get it right in the very center. And I actually want to do this on the opposite side. My apologies. So flip it over. So then when I draw my pencil marks, you won't see the pencil lines. Okay, so I'm aligning it with the petals in the same position instead of offset. So petals are in the same position with, I'm trying to make the same amount of space around all sides. Use a pencil and trace around. You can use a pen, just any way to trace around the next size down of flower. So you could do this for any size of the flowers. I'm just demoing on the largest one, but you could, let me show you just a sec after I finish tracing. Oops, 1 thing at a time. Okay, so what you could do is if you die cut a flower from this size, use the next size down to trace around it. Or you could use the next size down. So if you cut this flower, you could trace an even smaller flower. Now the smaller it gets, the more intricate your hand stitching is going to be. So now I've got my flower traced on this side. Time to bring in a foam piercing mat and a needle. So I have a tool from We Are Memory Keepers. It's just a needle. You could just use a regular needle or even a push pin. And I am piercing a hole at the point of every petal, at the top of every petal, and then 1 hole in between. So here's my in-between hole. Here's down at the point, 1 in between, 1 at the top, 1 in between, 1 at the bottom, all the way around. And the closer your holes are spaced together, the more time it's going to take to do the hand stitching. But I also think it's more aesthetically pleasing to have the holes spaced closer together. However, you know, for the sake of time, I do just want to demonstrate how to add this hand stitching fairly quickly and easily. And I love the results of hand stitching. Goodness knows, hand stitching is one of my most favorite techniques. It's also the most time consuming, but the results to me are always worth it. I'm almost done piercing holes all the way around. And having this foam piece behind it ensures that I'm able to poke the holes without poking it into the table. If you don't have the foam mat behind it, you just can't pierce through. You'd have to hold it up and have the space behind it in order to pierce the holes, but this little tool, this mat, makes it so much easier to do that step. Next, I want to choose a coordinating color of thread. It can either be coordinating or contrasting, totally up to you. I really like the tone on tone look. And then I'm gonna get about, let's see, what would this be, like 4 feet? No, 3 feet, about a yard of thread. Trim it, and then I have a needle, I believe this is a size 22. You just want the eye large enough that you can easily thread your needle. Okay. Tie a knot at the opposite end, and I am going to do a running stitch. You could also do a back stitch, you could do a chain stitch. So starting on the back side, so the side that I have my pencil, bring your needle up through and then go down the next hole. Bring your needle up through the next hole and down through the next hole. So repeat all the way around the flower. So I am probably going to speed up this process. I think it might take about 5 minutes for me to stitch around. I guess we can chit chat as we're doing this. Let me sit down and stitch. So this is one of those processes that I just find so relaxing. And I can park myself in front of my computer and watch shows as I am hand stitching. It's kind of morbid, but I tend to watch true crime as I'm doing my hand stitching like this. And it's something that you don't really have to watch, you can just listen to. But sometimes it gets too dark, you know, especially when it involves like kids. So I also switch between true crime and HGTV. So I watch a lot of Property Brothers. I've watched a lot of Good Bones with Mina, and the Magnolia Channel with Chip and Jo. So let's just finish stitching. You can also do a chain link stitch, or you could do French knots through all of these holes. That would look really pretty as well. You could do a different stitch on every page. So for this one, I'm doing a running stitch, and then on the next page, you could do the chain link stitch, and then on the next page, you could do French knots. On the next page, you could do a whip stitch. You could try doing a blanket stitch. That's a stitch that I haven't perfected or even really tried yet. So all different kinds of stitches that you could do on the edges of every page for a really fun texture. And then you could change the color of the thread for every page. So right, I'm doing tone on tone, a pink for this pink page, and then on the periwinkle blue page, you could do a periwinkle blue thread. Okay, so now I've gone all the way around. So I am going to go up the next hole and now go back over that empty spot. Okay, so if you go out the next hole and go down the next hole, you're filling in the gaps in between the stitches. So this is a non-traditional way to do a back stitch. I'm just connecting my running stitches, and this way it doesn't take as much thread. It might not look as clean in the end, but it's using a lot of thread, so sometimes the running stitch is the way to go. I started stitching on my pages back in, I want to say 2010, so right before my son Fox was born. Amy Tangerine used to add hand stitching on her pages, and I remember I was working on a layout for my son, and I was like, what can I add onto this page as a finishing touch? And that's when I decided to try hand stitching, and I hand stitch a little star on the page, and after that I was totally hooked. So I do the hand stitching before attaching the pages together back to back, so then the back side of the stitching will be hidden and you won't see the imperfections, and sometimes the stitching can get really messy on the back side. So don't attach the pattern paper to the back side until you are finished with the stitching. So there we go. Turn it over and you can tie a knot and then trim off the excess thread. Okay, so then there is our finished stitched page. Now that our stitching is finished, we can go ahead and attach the pages back to back. So I'm using liquid glue, going around the petals, getting some in the middle, and then sandwiching my pages back to back. Flip it over, make sure they're nice and straight. You've got a little bit of time before the glue sets, and if you get any on your table, just wipe it off and press it in place. Okay, to embellish this page, I just want to add, you guessed it, more flowers. But first, I'll add a foam sentiment sticker in the center. I'm not pressing it down because I want to tuck some flowers underneath it. So I'll bring in some flowers and leaves, and to give them some texture and dimension, I always like to crease the petals a little bit, just bend them up and start tucking them underneath the sentiment. And then once I like the placement of everything, then I'll come in with adhesive to attach everything in place permanently. So I'm trying not to cover up too much of that stitching, right? We just spent like 10-15 minutes doing all that hand stitching, so I don't want to immediately cover it all up. I'm just tucking flowers underneath, flowers and leaves, and you can see my sentiment doesn't stick anymore because it's completely backed with flowers and leaves, but I like that placement. So I will go ahead and stick everything down. I think I want a little pop of white underneath as well. Yeah, like that. Okay, so flip it over, add some adhesive. And then you can glue this cluster on the back side of the page. You can nudge things around, right? I don't want to cover too much, if any, of my of my hand stitching. And then I think to go along with the leaves, I will add 2 of the foam leaf stickers. So from the foam sentiments, there are 2 leaves that I want. So here is a green one. Just tuck it into the mix, and an orange one over here. There's just a little gap, so I can fill in that gap with some fun leaf stickers. So that is the front side of this page. Let's pierce the hole at the top so that I know which orientation to make the second size. Now, what I want to do for this page actually is offset it a little bit. And what I mean by that is Normally I would pierce my hole right at the top, but I want to offset it just slightly. So I am going to punch in between the petals this time. There we go. And then on the opposite side, that white cardstock flower, the smaller one, so not the one that I used to trace and do the hand stitching, but the even smaller one, the smallest of the third, I will grab a cardstock sticker, one that says Bloom and Grow, and if you place it right on top, it creates a really pretty scalloped border. So then I can attach this onto the back side. So there's my hole down at the bottom, so I use that as my reference to make this straight up and down. And that is this fun page all done. So now it is time to assemble my album. So I'm going to use these mini book rings from Tim Holtz. There are two colors. There is silver and a dark copper. And since there is some copper throughout this collection, I want to go ahead and use the darker copper color. So my back page goes on first. So with the hole at the top, slide it onto the binder ring, followed by the page with hand stitching, and then we'll just go through all of the pages from largest to smallest. So here's the next one, and the next one, making sure my hole is at the top. That is the page that goes on top. If I were to add this one, it would be upside down. So make sure the page with the correct up and down goes on that way, followed by the last teeny tiny page with that little teeny tiny sticker. There we go. And then just to add some simple embellishing onto the binder ring, I've got this doodle twine in Lily White by Doodlebug. And so I trim 3 pieces of it, about, is this 8 or 9 inches, maybe even 10 inches. Trim 3 pieces of it. And then grab the ends, pass it through the ring, and tie it in a bow. And this just gives a little something extra, a little finishing touch. I'm not the world's best bow maker, but you know, we fake it till we make it. And then you can adjust the size of the ribbons by pulling on the ends and then trimming any excess. Just trim off the ends there a little bit, get rid of the excess ribbon or string. And that, my friends, is this finished album. So let's take a look on through. Here is our finished mini album using the floral metal die set. So bring it close. There is our teeny tiny page, front and back. Flipping on through, and then we can get into the bigger pages with larger sentiments. There we get to our first photo. I love all of the texture, all of the colors, all of the different depths of things, and then we've got our hand stitching. All of these flowers just make my heart so happy. And then our little photo flip up to finish it off. There we go. Now I want to show you a few different examples that I've made with more of these nested die sets from Scrapbook.com. This first example is nested tags. There are 14 pieces, and just like we just did with this mini album, I cut a tag from pattern papers, and then I did a lot of mixed media on the pages. So we did a little mixed media in our album. Remember, with this page, we put some modeling paste through a stencil. That's exactly what I did on these tag-shaped pages, and then added machine stitching. This is using my older collection with pink paisley called Whimsical. And it was just a fun experiment with mixed media and watercolors. And it's about our day in Innsbruck, Austria. So here's a little flip through, a lot of tone-on-tone embellishing, and of course, a photo flip up. I think I do photo flips in almost all of my projects because I always have more photos than I can seem to include. Here's another way to include more photos, an accordion fold. So I love how interactive it is. And then a pocket made with a photo that holds even more photos that I wanted to include. So that is the fun nested tags die. Let's bring in the next one. This die set is called Nested Decorative Circles. Look how dainty and detailed they are. So beautiful. So I made a mini album about our Thanksgiving from 2020. And once again, same technique. I die cut the pages from pattern papers, added a lot of machine stitching, and then to attach the pages together, simply punch a hole at the top of every page and connect them with a loose leaf binder ring. So it's the same for every type of these albums, just connecting them with a loose leaf binder ring. And there's my photo flip up. Have to include more photos. Really love this die set. So beautiful. Look at these beautiful edges. Highly recommend that one. I have one more example to show you of a nested die set. Let's bring it in. All right, my last example, this one is wafer thin metal die set nested flag banners. There are 9 pieces. The smallest one is teeny tiny, but I was still able to add some fun embellishments. I used an older Maggie Holmes collection and once again documented a vacation that we went on called Honfleur in France. So die cut the pages from pattern papers, went to town embellishing with different thicknesses of adhesive so you get that depth and shadows, and photo flips, you know it. So here we go, flipping on through. Love the colors of this collection, added some texture on the bottom pennant of every page with some ribbon. And the pages are getting bigger, so let me zoom out so we can see them. Here is a vellum pocket that holds even more photos. And the final pages. So here are all the mini albums that I've made so far with these nested dies, and there are actually a few more sets. There is these nested spring flowers. Can't wait to make a mini album with this one. Nested hexagons, another great mini album base, and triangles. So lots of project ideas still, and I hope you are inspired to use these nested dies too. They make great foundations for mini albums. Thank you so much for joining me for my class here at SBC Fest. I hope you enjoyed learning how to create this mini album using my garden shop collection and Scrapbook.com exclusives. Remember, if you have any questions, just leave a comment and I will get right back to you, or you can reach out to me on Instagram, Facebook, email, all those good things. See you again soon.
Hey crafters, it's time for the SBC Fest and I am so excited that I get to be an instructor. My name is Joy Baldwin with Create It with Joy and I have been a card maker for 18 years. I absolutely love making handmade cards and then sharing them with everybody. So today I'm going to be sharing some techniques using embossing folders. Now sometimes I think we can look at embossing folders and think to ourselves, what else can I do with this? Well, I have 3 techniques for you today showing you what else you can do. I am so excited about this, so let's get started. For my first technique, I'm going to be using Spellbinder's Slimline Flora embossing folder. I have a piece of Neenah 110 pound cardstock that I have trimmed down to 6 inches by 3 inches because I want to make a mini slimline card with this. The mini slimline card base will be 6.5 by 3.5 inches. So I'm going to run this through the die cut machine, and then we were going to pull out and have our nice embossed image. This first technique, we are going to be painting with pops of color. I want those embossed images from the Slimline Flora to pop off the background using the pops of color. So look at this beautiful image. And I think it's stunning when it's just a solid color, but sometimes you really want to see the background and what it looks like. So we're going to paint with pops of color. I'm just going to squirt a little bit of this onto my work surface, and I'm just going to use my finger to highlight these colorful areas. Now, I'm using multiple colors. You don't have to. You could easily use one color to just highlight all of that embossed beautifulness on your cardstock. I am starting with pops of color key lime, and I'm doing this for all of the leaves and the greenery in the background. Now this is a little bit thinner kind of stuff, and so what I'm doing, because I don't want to have globs of this on my background, is I'm dipping into the pops of color on my background, or excuse me, on my work surface, and then I'm just tapping a little bit of that off and then taking it to the paper. So it's the same idea as when you're ink blending and you tap off your blender tool or your brush before you take it to your work surface because you don't want to have too much ink. So I'm doing that same type of thing because I don't want to have blobs of this on the background. All I want to do is just highlight these images. I will show you here in just a little bit a darker version that I created, and I just wanted to share that when I was practicing this technique. And I did go a lot darker, and it really is pretty, but I personally like the lighter color. So I'm just keeping it nice and simple by not having to do too much of the color and keeping it light. Now also when you're using your finger, you might get a little bit on the background. Sometimes you can clean that up with your finger, but I would just say don't worry about it if it goes on the background. I think that's part of this look, is it's a little bit messy because when you're using your finger, you're not going to get every detail highlighted on this background, but that's part of the charm. If you wanted to do something like that, I would say use like a really small paintbrush and paint if you really want every detail of the embossed background to show. For this, I just want to highlight the embossed background. So I'm not super worried about it being completely covered, and I actually like that look. I feel like it looks a little messy, but it's supposed to. So that was the first color, key lime, and then the next color that I will be using is sky blue. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to squeeze a little bit of that out onto my work surface, tap my finger in it, and then tap off a bunch of the excess. Again, that way I don't get too much on my finger and cause it to blob all over my background. So I'm just trying to be careful when I'm laying this down. But look at already how you can see these images compared to the ones that aren't painted yet and how pretty they look. I liked using all of these beautiful spring colors because I just felt like this background came to life, and the Slimline Flora embossing folder is so super pretty, and I really wanted to highlight all of the flowers by doing this technique. So this technique would not be something for mass producing, but I do have another technique for you that you easily could do mass producing, and it is so super quick and just but absolutely stunning. All right, this is Summer Peach. I'm going to add this to some of the larger flowers and then a little cluster of smaller flowers. And I'm not worried about, especially these bigger flowers kind of have those center dots. I'm not worried about getting all of those covered. Again, I like that some of it is left undone. I am going to add color to every embossed image, but I just don't care if it's completely covered or not. So those little dots in the center of this flower, I don't mind if some of them get colored and if some of them don't. I think that is the absolute charm of this technique. But as you can see, especially these larger flowers, when we put this color down, how they just pop off the background and come to life. I love this technique and I love how this turned out. And because you're putting it on so thin, this background dries super quick. This color is soft lavender, but I say that it kind of lends to the pink side, which I think is really pretty. I'm just going to finish with these pink flowers, and then we have one more color, which is the sunshine. And then we're going to add that to the rest of the little tiny flowers on this background. I think this technique also, you could have an endless color scheme however you wanted it to look for any occasion, for any holiday, for anything, for any time of year. I think it is absolutely perfect. So this is something that you can use for any kind of card. Okay, finishing up with that soft lavender, and then let's finish with the sunshine. I think this color combination is so pretty, and it's perfect for spring. Now, like I said, I'm just going to tap this onto all of these little flowers, and because these little flowers are so small, I really don't have very much of this on my finger at all, and it totally covers it exactly how I need it to. When I'm done doing this, we're going to be able to put this aside, and it will dry in time while we finish the rest of the elements on this card. For all three of the techniques, I am going to be using the Hello Bloom die set that has word dies that we're going to be using for all three of the cards to keep it super simple, because this is all about the backgrounds. These embossing folders, you want to show off that beautiful background, and look at how stunning that is. I love how this looked. But here's that dark one that I talked about, my sample one that I was playing around with, and look at how much darker that is, and I think it's really gorgeous too. Okay, so let's die cut our sentiments. Well, I already die cut them ahead of time. I'm using the thanks. I am not using the shadow part of the die, just the thanks. I have die cut that from black licorice cardstock from Lawn Fawn. I'll just use my reverse tweezers from Scrapbook.com, hold that in place, and add some liquid glue behind this. I've die cut them 3 times because I want this to have dimension. I really personally love my sentiments to have dimension. This is one of my favorite ways to do it with word dies or sentiment dies, is to die cut multiples. I usually die cut it 3 times, but sometimes you could go 4 and 5, and it really looks like a chipboard piece, which I think is really fun. Another reason why I like to die cut these and glue these together, especially using the same color of cardstock, is because it looks solid all the way through. So I just think that's a really nice look. And then I stamped my sentiment from the Heartfelt Thanks from Scrapbook.com, and it says "From the bottom of my heart," and I stamped that with Ranger Ink's Archival Jet Black ink, and then I trimmed that out with a paper trimmer. I will be using some foam sticky strips on the back of my sentiment because I do want this popped up. And I'm just going to trim that little piece to fit right behind it. But this is really nice to have, especially for thinner sentiments like this. It's totally perfect. So I'm going to place this on the background. I've also trimmed down a piece of colored cardstock from Scrapbook.com's Warms Smooth cardstock. This is their slimline cardstock. And it's kind of a nice kind of orange color, but it has all of these warm colors of pinks and oranges and yellows, and it's so pretty. So I'm just going to use my tape runner behind this, adhere this to my white slimline card base, which measures 6.5 by 3.5. This colored cardstock piece measures 6 1/4 by 3 1/4. And then our painted panel, again, is 6 inches by 3 inches. I want to pop this panel up with some foam tape. I love that kind of look. So I'm going to bring that in and just trim out a couple pieces and add that to the background. You could also adhere this background to the colored panel and then pop that whole thing up from the white card base, and both would look nice. So let's put that in place, and then we can center that in our mini slimline card base, and then we can adhere our sentiments. So the whole sentiment is going to say "Thanks from the bottom of my heart." And I'm going to center that right in that card panel. But I like having that little pop of orange in the back because I painted this so softly that it looks very pastel, but to have kind of that darker orange really brings it to life. And that background is already completely dry, you guys. It was so quick because it was so thin. So it's perfect for a quicker project like that. Okay, let's center our sentiments in the background. I'm going to start with my bottom one first. making sure top and bottom and side to side, and I'm just going to eyeball it, but I think I did pretty good. I'm using the reverse tweezers. It just keeps my hands out of the way and easy to see exactly where the sentiment needs to be. So I can put that down in place, and then the thanks, we can add some liquid glue behind that and then just adhere that down on top of the other sentiment. And I'm making sure to not add too much liquid glue. I don't want it to like just ooze out all over my whole background. Although it does dry clear, I just don't want to have to deal with that. Again, using the reverse tweezers keeps my hands out of the way, and it's really easy to be able to see exactly where your sentiment needs to go. And look at that bold black sentiment against that kind of pastel background. I think it is so, so pretty, and it's just stunning and absolutely stands out. So I'm just making sure that's nice and straight and even on both sides. I'm going to push that down, and then this card is finished. This first technique is done. So painting on your embossing folder. Isn't that nice? Okay, let's get on to our next one. This one is really fun. I am starting with Scrapbook.com's transparent matte. I have a piece of the Nina 110 pound cardstock on there. It's trimmed down about 1/4 inch smaller than an A2 size. Then I'm using the Floral Sprigs stencil from Scrapbook.com, and I sprayed the back of it with some pixie spray. And I'm just using a little bit of tape to hold that in place. This is mint tape, just to make sure nothing moves. So this is the second technique, and this one I really love, and I think it is so fun, and it is super easy, you guys. So let's do some ink blending on this background. I am using ink blending tool from Scrapbook.com. I'm using Squeezed Lemonade Distress Oxide ink, and I am just going to ink blend this yellow in certain spots all over, because we're going to bring in 2 other colors. So I want to get my background stenciled, and I think using a floral image is perfect for this, and I'll explain why in just a minute. Now, this has a lot of intricate cuts on this stencil. So as you can see, I'm kind of pushing and twisting my brush my blender tool, rather than just it going in circles. Because there's so many open areas on here, it just kind of catches on the tool. So that's why I am kind of pushing down and twisting and lifting, and pushing down and twisting and lifting. My next color of Distress Oxide ink is Saltwater Taffy, and I'm going to let some of this blend in with that Squeezed Lemonade, because I do want a little bit of the blending of colors. I think that's so, so pretty. But I'm doing the same thing of pushing down and kind of twisting and really making sure I get all of that color into the stencil. The third color that I will be using is Salvaged Patina. So we're just going to have this really beautiful stenciled floral background. So making sure that some of this overlaps, because then we'll get a little bit of an orange color, and then when we use the Salvaged Patina, we'll get a little bit of a purple and a green, which is so, so pretty. All right, let's bring in that last color and do the same exact thing. So this is going to have a lot of white space on the background, but that is totally fine with me. I think it looks so, so pretty. And then we're going to do the embossing folder. Now, for this technique, what I think is important is the embossing folder that you are going to be using should be like a geometric shape, or something that's repeating, that kind of has some more open areas, not a really busy, not like a floral embossing folder or anything like that. I'm going to be using the Geo Screen from Spellbinders, because again, it's repetitive and it kind of has open areas. Because we're using this floral stencil in the background, those two are going to go really nicely together. So let's finish up with the Salvaged Patina, and then I'll show you exactly what I mean. I'm going to peel off the stencil, and then when you want to take your cardstock off of the transparent mat, you want to bend the mat. So let me finish getting this blended, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. So let's peel off the stencil and reveal the background. It's so, so pretty. Look at how fun that is, you guys. I love that. But obviously you could choose any color combination that you want. And I'm trying to pick this off the background, but nope, you have to bend this and then peel your cardstock off of there because it's a little bit sticky and it holds your cardstock in place. Okay, now let's do our embossing. So this is the Geo screen. So as you can see, it's got this repetitive pattern and it's really kind of open. So we're just going to put this ink blended, or excuse me, stenciled card panel into this and then run that through the die cut machine. So what this is going to do is you're going to be able to see your stenciling on the background, but you're also going to be able to see the embossed texture. And I think stenciling and embossing the same card panel is so much fun. I think that's probably one of my most favorite techniques. And look at how gorgeous that is. Isn't that so fun? I just love this technique. Okay, so let's get this card together. Again, I'm using the Hello Bloom die set and the Heartfelt Thanks from Scrapbook.com. I am using the scripty hello. Again, I'm not going to be using the shadow on this one. I just really love that kind of fun little scripty writing. I stamped the sentiment already and it says, I am truly thankful for you. You are a blessing in my life. I stamped that with Ranger Ink's archival jet black ink and trimmed it out with my paper trimmer. So again, I die cut my sentiment die, my word die, excuse me, from black licorice cardstock. And I'm going to use the liquid glue to adhere this again. Again, this is my favorite for sentiments. I think it makes a huge impact, and having this black cardstock against this colorful background really pops, and I just really love that look. You could also use like a gold mirror cardstock, or you could ink blend some cardstock and die cut your sentiments from that if you didn't want to have such a bold black sentiment on the front. These reverse tweezers are perfect for holding this in place and then just adding a little bit of this liquid glue. I am making sure to kind of get everywhere because I don't want any of the pieces to pop up from each other. So let me adhere this last piece. And then we can add some foam tape behind our stamped sentiment and get this in place. I am going to adhere this to a white A2 size card base. This was trimmed down about 1/4 of an inch smaller than an A2 size, so we're going to have a nice little white frame around the edge. I want to position the sentiments towards the bottom right of the card, not in the center like we did on the last one. So I'm going to trim out my little foam adhesive strips. I want to have 2 of these because this is a thicker sentiment piece. And then I can just put those in place. Okay, let's adhere this down. I want to adhere this to my card base first. So I'm going to add my tape runner to the back. And when I like to add extra adhesive when I've embossed it, because sometimes it warps your cardstock a little bit. I don't tend to usually have that problem with the 110-pound Nina cardstock. For the most part, that stays pretty good, but I do want to make sure that everything just adheres nicely to the card panel. I do like to lay out my sentiments or my images ahead of time before I just adhere them down to make sure that everything is going to look right, is placed right, is straight, because I do tend to eyeball my things. So now that that is all lined up, I can peel back the release paper on the foam sticky strips and then adhere that down. And then we can add some liquid glue behind that hello sentiment. And again, I just love this scripty hello. I think it's so pretty and delicate against that background. It's just really, I just really love it. Adding that liquid glue to the background, making sure it's everywhere because we do have some raised areas because of the embossing. I want to make sure there's enough glue that's going to touch all the areas it needs to touch to stay adhered. I will line this up right above that sentiment, and where that first L comes down, I'm trying to get that kind of tucked under my sentiment, but it was kind of fighting me. But we're going to get that in place. I can push that down once everything is straight and get that adhered to the background. And then let's take a look at this. Isn't that so pretty? Let's add a few little dots. And this is the Summer Peach Pops of Color. I'm just going to add a few of these. I felt like this card needed a little extra something. So I'm going to add 3 little dots there, kind of in a triangular shape, and then 2 down here, because I like to have, well, it's not just me, odd numbers of things are very pleasing to the eye. So there's 5 little dots total. And if you can kind of do them in a triangular pattern, it really is pleasing to the eye. But look at how cute that card is. I love that texture from the embossing folder, and then you have all of the color from the stenciling. So that is the second technique. Okay, here is the third technique. This is so simple. Again, I am using the Slimline Flora and then one of the colored cardstocks. This is kind of a peachy color from the Warms Smooth Cardstock, the Slimline little cardstock pack. And I trimmed that down to 8 by 3 inches. We are going to make a slimline card, which measures 8.5 by 3.5 for the card base. I'm putting that through the die cut machine, and then we're going to have our embossed background. Now you guys, this technique is super easy. This is what I was talking about that you could easily do mass producing because it's so quick. I want to highlight the embossed images with some white pigment ink. So I'm using Hero Art's Unicorn White Pigment ink, and I am gently running over the top, just dragging my ink pad over the top of this. I am not putting any pressure down. I am just letting the weight of the ink pad sit on top of the cardstock, and I'm gently pulling. And I am going heavy-handed on this because I really want these images to pop, but you could go as light as you like or as dark as you like. Now this is white pigment ink, so it's going to stay wet for a while, and I'm going to try not to put my fingers in it as we're going through this last technique. But look at how pretty that is, and look at how simple this is, you guys. But that just highlights. You could do this with any color of ink that you wanted on any color of cardstock, but it's obviously the best on colored cardstock. I have done this with white cardstock and colored ink. Now I die cut the sentiments from the Hello Bloom. This is the high sentiment. I have die cut that 3 times from white cardstock. I did decide to use the shadow die on that, and I die cut that from the slightly darker orange cardstock from that Warms Smooth Cardstock paper pack, because I thought this one definitely needed to have the shadow behind it. So again, die cutting 3 of these. The shadow was just die cut once. The sentiment itself is die cut 3 times. I'm going to put those in place using the liquid glue and my reverse tweezers. And then I also have the little dots to the eye, so make sure you don't lose those, because I always tend to lose those, and this time I actually didn't. Now off to the left, you can see some little butterflies. I have die cut those. Those are also from the Hello Bloom die set. There is like 3 little tiny butterflies of different sizes, and so I die cut those using that same paper pack, the Warms paper pad, in a yellow, orange, and a pink. And I'm going to place those on this card panel kind of like you would with sequins or even with the pops of color little bottles. So that's what I'm going to use these butterflies for. So let me just finish getting these little dots in place. I did a little too much glue, so I couldn't tell if my dot was lined up or if it was just a little bit of liquid glue kind of squished out of the side. I love this little high sentiment. I think it's so cute. And then the stamped sentiment says, "Your friendship means the world to me." Again, that is from the Heartfelt Thanks, stamped with the Ranger ink, jet black archival ink. My white slimline card base is 8.5 by 3.5. I'm going to add my tape runner to the back of this, and you'll see when I move this that the ink was still very wet. It didn't ruin anything on the front, but just be aware that it takes pigment ink quite a bit of time to dry. So I'm just going to wipe that up really quick, and then we can finish getting this card back together. I'm going to center that in my card panel, and this has a nice white frame around it, which I think really makes that white ink stand out even more. So once that's centered, I can just gently push that into place, and then we can get our sentiments in the center of this card panel. I'm going to turn this so we can kind of have an upright slimline card, and that sentiment is going to go right across the center there. This one I'm actually not going to pop up with foam tape, weirdly. I liked that the high had more dimension than this for whatever reason, just to me, it just felt right. So I'm going to use some liquid glue though, instead of a tape runner, because the ink is still wet on the background and I want this to stay when I adhere this down. I'm just using my handy dandy reverse tweezers because they are my friend, and I can center that and push that into place, and then I can add some liquid glue behind the high sentiment. Again, you know, these cards are fairly simple as far as what we're adding to it because it's all about the embossed background being kind of the star of the show. Okay, let's add these little butterflies. What I did is after I die cut them, I just bent them up a little, like their wings up a little bit, so that they had some dimension. And like I said, I'm gonna just lay these down and treat them like they're sequins in a way. And I thought with this pretty floral background that these little butterflies would be perfect. So I'm gonna do 3 at the top and then 2 at the bottom. There's those little butterflies in that Hello Bloom die set, and then again from that sentiment stamp, the heartfelt thanks. Let's add a little dot of glue and then just place these down. I just think these are really fun and just really dainty, and they don't really take away from the background at all. But if you didn't want to use something like this, definitely use some sequins or pops of color. That would be perfect. Okay, let's add 2 more at the bottom because it just kind of needs to be rounded out. And then this last technique is done. And like I said, this is perfect for mass producing. It's so super quick and easy, and I just think it is absolutely stunning. Okay, that last one is down, and then let's take a look at this up close. And look at how pretty all of that embossing, you can just see all of that through the ink and how stunning that is. I love this technique. It is so simple yet so beautiful. Thank you for watching this video. I hope that it inspired you to use embossing folders in new ways, and I also hope that it got your creative juices flowing. I want to thank you guys for participating in the SBC Fest, and I hope that you have a really wonderful day.
right, before we get started talking about those fabulous classes we just saw, let's do another giveaway.
Let's do it.
So
I have
be
it
sure
right
to
here.
comment in the chat section. This is what you're going to win. All right, let's take a look. All right, let's see. This is a lot like yesterday's, which is another lucky person. You're getting some 1-inch mint tape, the new holographic paper pad. This is gorgeous. Oh, the fun Hello Bloom die and stamp set. So many dies in that. And then lots of word dies with the outline dies as well. The happy birthday dies. This thanks A2 cover plate. And then the fun, ooh, this is brand new, joyful.
Laura Evangeline used that in her class yesterday.
She did. This is that fun die set that she used, and you can spell some big words as well as all the little letters come with it as well. And then a fun inline alpha. This is one of my favorites. The inline alpha stamp set, and then we've got some rose blossoms. These are fun to color in. And then we've got some birthday rub-ons, which they used as well yesterday. And then you also get your Clearly Amazing mat, which is great. This can be used for so many things. If you want more instructions on this, just look at our product page, Clearly Amazing mat. And then our fun stencil 6x8 size. Somebody is winning this. So what should they comment, Cody, to win?
We would love to know who you're crafting with. Are you crafting alone? Are you crafting with your friends, virtually, in person?
Yeah.
We're all here crafting together.
We are.
Yes.
The team at Scrapbook.com is actually crafting together during SBC Fest. It's so much fun.
So fun.
All right, cool. Well, let's jump into...
Let's talk about Paige's and Joy's classes.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, the mini album was so much fun. I love that she used one of our nested dies to create that gorgeous floral album. So many beautiful pattern papers that were gorgeous too.
Yes. I love that she cut up her embellishments to make them her own and to work for her class. I think that's so cool because sometimes you do get that like fear of, oh, I don't want to mess anything up. I don't want to cut up my embellishments.
Yeah.
They're so cool. But she totally did and made it even better. So that was so awesome.
Did you get the cameo of who joined her class? Her cat.
Oh, yes.
That was so cute. I loved it so
kitty.
much. And she just went with it. I love that she just went with it. And he was right there on her table. It was so cute. He or she. I don't know if she mentioned.
Yeah.
Anyways, the cat was adorable. That was so much fun. It totally made it exciting for me. And then I love that she did stenciling and modeling paste to create dimension on her page. We love using modeling paste here at Scrapbook.com. So that was so fun to see her do it on a little tiny floral, which was cute.
Yes, and I loved the photo flip idea.
Yes.
How she got more photos on each page by doing that photo flip. I had never seen that before, and how she added little tabs to each one.
Yeah.
So I thought that was awesome.
That was awesome. And I love that she traced one of the florals to create the piercing for the sewing, hand sewing on there, which is a great, and she said it was so simple, and it was really simple to watch her do that and kind of therapeutic. So I loved that she did that and added that. It just added some fun dimension and then piled all of the fun embellishments right on top of it. It was really cool.
Yes.
All right. And one more thing I want to say about Paige's class that I absolutely loved was at the very end, she showed a lot of our other nested dies and how she made albums out of them.
That was amazing.
So cool. It's such a great idea. I mean, I just had so many ideas popping through my head when she showed that. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Seriously, my jaw was like on the floor as I was watching. I could not believe that.
Yeah, that was cool. Great job, Paige. That was awesome.
Yes.
All right. And then our next class was Joy Baldwin.
Yes.
All right.
I thought it was so cool how she was painting with the pops of color just using her finger.
Yes.
Over the embossing folder. Like that was so cool.
It was really cool. I love that she did that. I had not seen that idea yet, to paint over an embossed design with our pops of color, which was really cool. And we actually did it during the break, didn't we, when we were watching her class? So I want to show right here, if we can look overhead, I made a cute little tag right here with the freebie tag die right now you can get for SBC Fest. Look at that. Look how fun. I loved her idea. I had to try it really quick. And look how the pops of color just kind of shimmers and shines on that embossed design. So cool. And I think, Cody, we have the cards, don't we?
Yes, we have Joy's cards here in studio.
Look at that.
So we can see.
Oh, so pretty. I love this concept. I love this idea. So fun.
Yes, I love it too. And they look so good.
I love how she embossed on top of an already stenciled design. That was cool. I really, really liked that. Plus the painting with the ink pad and with the pops of color. So cool.
Yes. All right, so now we will be selecting a winner for the giveaway. So the winner will be pinned to the top of the live chat, plus they'll also be placed in the YouTube description below.
This is a lot of fun stuff.
A lot of fun stuff.
So best of luck to everybody. I wish everybody could win, but you do all win a free Yay tag die. So be sure to grab that.
Yes, and while you're shopping, be sure to use code SBCFest2 at checkout to save even more.
All right.
And pick up your free SBC Fest sticker with the $20 purchase.
Okay.
All right, so now we are going to go over to Becki Adams' place, and then after Becki, we will be joined by Robin Marshall Clark.
Oh my gosh, so fun. I cannot wait. Let's head on over there.
Yep.
Hello everybody, I'm Becki Adams. Welcome to my office. I'm excited to have you here today creating along with me for SBC Fest. I have been looking forward to this day for months, and today we are going to create a double page layout, so two 12 by 12 pages using tons of die cuts and products from Scrapbook.com. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to jump in and get started and get creating. So we're going to switch over to my desk so that we can start crafting together. Okay, let's go through the products that we will be using today. So I have both the sherbet, however you'd like to say it, pattern paper pad and the smooth cardstock pad. I have the rub-on transfers, the Happy Birthday. Then I have 3 die sets, so the Modern Numbers, Delicate Leaves, and the Wafer Thin Nested Hearts dies. We're going to be working with a template. This is optional, but I find it kind of fun to play with and useful for getting your photos and embellishments lined up correctly. Anyway, this is from Simple Stories. This is page template design 1. You're going to need some clear double-sided adhesive sheets, some foam tape. I have the 1/4 inch, but really pretty much any of the Scrapbook.com foam tape, adhesive, and a couple refills. I've got photos and journaling here. I will be using 1 3x4 photo and 4 4x6s, and then my journaling is printed as well. And then I have 2 sheets of white cardstock. I'm using Vicki Bouton's foundation paper. Again, just any white cardstock will do. And then I am using 2 sheets of this pink cardstock. So it is the flamingo cardstock from Simple Stories. And it's got this cute pink polka dot on the front. And then on the back side, it's smooth cardstock. It's totally up to you which side you will be using. I'm going to use the polka dot side. You'll need a paper piercer, and then you'll also need the die cutting machine of your choice. I'm going to be using the Spellbinders Platinum 6 machine. And then I have a few containers that I like to keep my embellishments, or excuse me, my die cuts organized. And I guess embellishments too, but just a few of these little containers to organize die cuts will help you immensely. So let's jump in, and the first thing we're going to do is lots of die cutting, friends. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So we're just going to get organized here quickly. I'm going to set aside my photos and rub-ons. We won't need those for just a minute. We're going to need our paper pads, the 3 die sets, some of the double-sided adhesive sheet, die cut machine. We'll also need the magic mat and plates, and then our little containers so we can stay organized, paper piercer, mint tape, and some scissors. So the first paper that we are going to work with is the dark green on the sherbet smooth cardstock and the delicate leaves. And I want this die right here. And that's the only die we're going to use from that die set on this paper, or excuse me, on this project. And I'm just going to go ahead and start cutting a bunch of these, a little bit of paper. We need 7 7 of these leaves, of these stems. And so I'm just going to cut 7 little papers because we're going to want to put this through on every pass that we make through our die cutting machine. And that just saves a little bit of time so that we're not running these through individually. So once I have those papers cut, I'm just going to leave them right there in that container. The next paper that we're going to work with is this dark pink paper from the cardstock. And this is where we're going to use this adhesive sheet. So what we're going to do is peel back the backing, and this is just a paper that part of a sheet that I had used on another project, but we're going to go ahead and use it on this project as well. And I don't pull this clear off of the paper. I find that that's kind of hard to get it to line back up again. So I peel it back as far as I can, and this isn't going to cover the whole sheet, and that's okay. We don't need the entire sheet to for this project. It honestly depends on how large your title is. For my title, I mean, we need quite a bit of space, but not an entire 6x8 sheet. So I'm going to just cut around. You can kind of see where my paper is, and I'm just using that as a guide. It doesn't have to be exact, and you can kind of feel with your scissors, but you don't want any of that adhesive showing on your cardstock. So see how I missed a little bit here? I'm going to come back in with some non-stick scissors. You want to get as much of this white adhesive paper off as you can. Because if you leave little bits of it, it will stick to your die cutting plates and to your magic mat. And we just want to keep those as clean as we can. Okay, so we'll go ahead and clean up here just a little bit. There's lots of cleaning up in crafting, it seems. Let me know in the comments, do you clean up as you go when you're crafting? Or do you just make a big mess with each project and then clean up? I'm curious. I try to clean up after every project. It doesn't always work that way, but if I do that, I definitely keep a cleaner space. So I'm going to come in with the modern numbers first. You don't have to have the numbers because you can definitely spell it out. I'm just using numbers because that's what works well with my design. And now that when my kids are teenagers, that's a lot to spell out. So I just use the numbers, but either one is up to you. And then I'm going to use the T and the H on the lowercase. And we'll just use a little bit of mint tape to put those. Let's see, that T is a little bit close. There we go. And then I'm going to use these larger letters to spell out the word birthday. And I'm just going to go through and pull off the letters that I need. Hopefully I will get them all. I have a hard time spelling and talking. I don't know if that is a struggle for you, so we're just going to go ahead and make sure that I have all the letters that I need. Okay, so we'll just place them I don't want them too close together, and then I just use some bits of mint tape that I have here on the edge of my table. You want to make sure that we're using as much of this adhesive paper as we can, but not so much that we don't want to put them too close together so that they don't cut correctly. I don't know if you've ever put dies too close together, but sometimes that can result in your dies not cutting well. So just because this is what I have on my desk right now, I've found that with my machine, I need a cardstock shim. Each machine is different, but in order to cut through the cardstock and the adhesive, I need a shim. That's totally just my machine. You'll just have to kind of play with your machine and see what works for you. So we'll just go ahead and roll those through, and then I'm going to roll them back this way as well to make sure that everything cuts exactly how I want it to. So we get through all of those, those layers. And those cut perfectly, so I'm going to go ahead and put these in my, put my dies away so that I don't lose any, because I know I cannot be the only one that has lost a die, and then I get very sad. So I try to put my dies away right as I take them off of my die cut machine. Okay, I'll just carefully pull those off because I don't want to pull, well, I don't want to do what I just did, and pull the release paper off too. If you do that, it's not the end of the world. It'll just have a bit of adhesive. Just don't layer, don't lay it down on top of anything else. And I'm kind of tearing it off on this letter B as well. I'll just kind of tear it there, and then I'll put that on the edge of my container there so that we don't get that stuck to my other letters. So the I is looking good. And there's my R. I'll just throw the inside of those letters in the trash. And this takes just a tiny bit of extra time, but you'll see how nice it is when we go to assemble our layout when the adhesive is already in place. It is so nice. Okay, so put those letters back. And again, I'm just trying to keep that release paper stuck as much as we can. And some of them pop out super easy. Either way, it's going to be so nice to have that adhesive already in place, especially on dies that are like alphabet dies, especially that you want to line up well and that you have a lot of, because usually when you're using alphabet dies you use lots of them, more than one letter. So we'll just do the same here. We can get rid of the inside of these letters and save the letter itself. And then don't throw this in the trash. Keep this. I keep that in my, I will just tuck it back inside of my paper pad like that, so that I keep that in, so that I can use it on another project. And friends, I told you we're going to need to run one of these through with every die cut pass. That is still the case. We just missed one. It's all right. It's all right. It will still work. We just might have to make another pass. It's no big deal. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put my alphabet dies away. We won't need those anymore. And then we're going to grab our pattern paper pad and our hearts. And we're going to mainly use the two, I believe actually these three, the three largest hearts. And we're going to cut both solid hearts and some pattern paper hearts. Let's start with the solid hearts. And we need this darker pink. If you want to, you can use your leftover that already has adhesive on it. I'm not going to this time because I want to pop this up with a bit of foam tape. So it just depends on what you want, how you want to adhere your hearts to your layout. Okay, whoops. And then we also need, actually I see one peeking out here. In just a minute, friends, you'll see how well loved my pattern paper pad is. So let's see. We're going to need 2 hearts out of this color. So we're going to try, I don't know if we'll be able to, I don't think we'll be able to. We're going to need, and you can see I've already cut hearts for another project out of this paper. We're going to go ahead and put that in place. And then we want to cut some hearts out of this pattern paper. And see, friends, how well loved this pattern paper pad is. I have used it down to like almost the last little bits. And we need a pattern paper heart, just a smaller one, out of this floral paper. And I'm not sure, we'll see if we can get these through. Oh yeah, we can. We're just going to trim this down. Whoops. That bit down just a little bit. We'll set these scraps aside. And we're ready to make another pass on our die cutting machine. So we're going to push this through. We'll hold everything in place, and then I just roll it back through to make sure that everything is cut well. I also have a Sizzix Big Shot switch that I absolutely love and I use often. I don't use it while I'm filming because of the noise. But I do love that machine. If you're looking for, you know, an electronic die cutting machine, that one is awesome. I love the cherry blossom color as well. It is a really fun pop of pink in my creative space. So often with these smaller dies, we need to just poke them through with a paper piercer. Okay, for our next pass, we're gonna go through and we need an orange plaid. So I always just look through my scraps first to see if I have a scrap that will work, and in this case, I do. So we'll go ahead and adhere that with some mint tape, and then I'm going to trim down the excess on both sides because I just want to be able to use as much of my die cutting space as well. And let's go ahead and put this green leaf on here before I forget. Okay, and then we need a small yellow heart. So actually I need to pull one more die out of this heart die set because we need this little guy here. I'll just put that right there. Trim around that with my scissors. Put that in place. And then we need some of this, this blue polka dot. And we might have to trade that for another color because I think, well, I've got this little piece. Oh, this will work. Here's a tag that I die cut and I didn't end up using it on my other project. So we'll go ahead and use that here. We'll put this back so that it doesn't get stuck on my die set. And we'll go ahead and run this through. And actually, I'm just going to roll that back through. Okay, and we'll pop those dies out, or those die cuts, excuse me. Put them in our little container. And we'll put our dies back and our mint tape. Okay, so we've got another one of those leaf sprigs, and I mentioned that we needed to cut another one of, let's see, this size of the blue heart, and we don't have enough of that, so we're gonna have to go pull a new sheet out, and I believe it's this darker one. Yep. So we'll go ahead and pull that out of the paper pad. So we need the die, not the die cut here. We'll put those hearts. You know, die cutting can be a little bit time consuming, but once you get into a rhythm and kind of plan out what you need and maximize using you know, your cutting surface, that you're cutting lots of things at once, not just you know, one or two things, it goes pretty quickly. Okay, so we'll put our dies in place, and that is actually the last heart that we need. Actually, I don't need to take my mint tape off of there because we've still got some cutting to do with our leaf sprig. I thought, we'll go ahead and take that out. I thought we had cut more than 3 of these, friends. We're just gonna have to quickly cut the rest of it. And it'll go really quickly because we have our paper already cut. I'm gonna put it down here. Actually, we'll even turn it this way and get that through the machine more quickly. You don't have to roll it all the way through. Just roll it far enough that you get that die. And we'll just use the paper piercer. So we've got 4 of those, 3 more to go. You know, sometimes when I am working on a project like this and I know that I'm gonna need several of one die set, I often consider purchasing another die set. You know, Scrapbook.com often has awesome sales on their exclusive products, and I have considered purchasing second die sets of some of my favorites. And this sprig die set would probably be at the top of the list. I really love this die set and find myself using it all the time. So we'll go ahead and put that aside. Pop this out. Okay, and 1 more, and we will have our 7 darker green sprigs. And there we go, friends. I think we have all of our die cutting done. This is such a fun way, you know, adding a lot of die cuts like this to make really custom projects. That's the thing about it is, you know, there will not be another layout like this. You're making it totally custom. So we'll just, again, clean up here a little bit. We're going to leave that pattern paper right there. Oh, I need to put this die away so I don't lose it. Okay, now that we have all of our die cutting done, we're going to come back in with our cardstock and this template from Simple Stories. The first thing that I need to do is trim off the branding strip and trim down this white cardstock. So we'll reach for my paper trimmer, and we're just going to remove the branding strips off of these. These papers, whoops, will be the base, the background for our double page layout. Okay. And then this white cardstock, as I mentioned, this is foundations paper, so it comes in a pad. And we need to cut this down to 10.5 square, so 10.5 by 10.5. So I'm just measuring out here on my trimmer. Then we'll go ahead and cut. Whoops. And turn the paper and cut. And then we're going to do the same thing on our second piece of cardstock. So 10.5. And cut. And you can set your trimmer aside. Actually, keep it handy. There are a couple of more cuts that we need to make. So the first thing that I do when I am making a double page layout, and this is totally your personal preference, but I like to tape my background page together. It's easier for me when I have, when I'm working on one big canvas. I know that's not the case for some people. I know that some like to have two separate pages and work that way. This is just what works for me, and it's totally up to you. So actually we don't need that one. We just need these containers of die cuts for right now. So we'll make sure that you can see what I'm working on here. And then we need our white cardstock back. So I'm going to adhere this cardstock just using a tape runner from Scrapbook.com, and just put adhesive. Since this is a heavier cardstock, make sure that I have good strong adhesive, and then place that. I'm just centering it top to bottom and placing that right up against the middle of my 2-page spread. And we'll do the same on this other sheet of white paper or white cardstock, and we'll place that just right. We want that lined up as close as we can with this page on the right side. Okay, so we have our background ready to go. Now it's time to place our photos and journaling. So when I am working on a project, there are 3 things that I want to have in place before I start embellishing. And that's my photos, my title, and my journaling. So I try to always put those on my page first. So as I mentioned, I'm going to use this template. It is totally optional. You do not have to, you don't have to use the template. It just kind of helps with photo placement. So I'm just kind of, let's see, laying my pictures out in, kind of the area that I want them. And because I'm using this template, I'm just going to line that template up, and then I'm putting it in place. Now, I'm not filling all the spaces of this template with photos. It's up to you. You can. I'm going to save some of the room for embellishment. And actually, now that I put this here, I want to go up just a little bit with the template. And just use the mint tape to keep that in place so that it doesn't shift while I am adhering my photos and stuff. So we're going to adhere that 3x4 photo there. We're going to adhere this 4x6 photo here. The layout that I'm making today is about my daughter's 17th birthday. And so there, I think that will work well with my photo placement. or excuse me, with my title, because I want my title to go right down here. So I'm just using my, you should probably do this before you adhere your photos, but in this case it worked out. Well, just make sure you have enough space for your title. Okay, so I'm going to remove the template and I'm going to mirror it and shift it down slightly because I want to make sure that I have room for my journaling right up here. So now I think that's how, right where I want my template to go. So we'll just put a little bit of mint tape to make sure that I have the placement correct. And then I'll just go ahead and adhere that last photo in place. And then I'm actually going to leave the template there just for a minute as a guide to adhere my journaling. So this journaling is just printed at home on my computer on regular copy paper. And I use the font American Typewriter. It's just a fun, easy typewriter font. Okay. All right, so we're done with that template and we'll set that aside. So I have 3 of my main elements in place, and now I want to work on my title because that's the other thing that is important to me to have, you know, that's one of the main 3 elements that I want to have in place. So I'm just going to take my title, and the first thing I'm going to do is just lay it out to make sure that I have all my letters, that I didn't lose anything, and that it's going to fit in the space that I have allotted. And if you end up with not enough space, that's totally okay. There's things that you can do to adjust it so that your title will fit. So for example, I've got my spacing a little bit off here. I need to shift this down just a little bit to make sure that my title doesn't go off the edge of my white cardstock here. Because if it goes off of the edge of the white cardstock, that's when I'll have a problem, because you won't see it as well because these cardstocks match so perfectly. So I'm going to take this ruler and just put it, I want to get my title straight. So I'm going to just line this up with the edge of the paper, and then I'm actually just going to tape it in place using some mint tape, and that way I will be able to, it will stay in place a little bit better. It might not be, you know, totally perfect and not move at all, but it will keep that ruler in place so it doesn't shift too much, so that we can have our title nice and straight. So this is where that one little step of adding the double-sided adhesive makes your job so much easier, because all you have to do is remove the backing. And sometimes you just kind of have to stick your fingernail under there. You can also use like a craft knife to remove the backing. I am not precise enough with the craft knife. I've cut myself a few too many times. So I don't use the craft knife very often, but you can totally use the craft knife if it makes your job a little bit easier. So this is kind of the fun part. It's fun to make stickers and then put them down to make such a fun custom title. I'll just remove the backing and place your letters down. So I'm not pushing everything down like really tight against the paper. I'm just placing it so that it's stuck in place. And then once I remove the ruler and make sure that everything is placed exactly where I want it to be, then I can go through and I'll push everything down really well. But this gives me just a little bit of insurance that I have everything placed where I want it to be. And then we'll come back and just stick everything down really well. So we'll get this last letter placed. And then remove that mint tape. And it's looking pretty good, friends. I think I like how that looks. Everything looks straight. So I'm just gonna go ahead and push those letters down. And now that I have my journaling, my photos, and my title in place, now it is time to have some fun and start with embellishing. So I'm just gonna kind of play with, and actually before I start that, let's do one more thing. I want to add some 3x4 cards, because if you remember with our template, that's kind of what these areas were for. And I want to keep that look. So I'm going to go through and find some pieces, and actually that one might be, oh, it's a little bit larger, but that one can go there. I think I want to do some yellow over here. And again, friends, you see how well loved this paper pad is and how often I reach for it. And then, let me think. I think I want to go with some florals over here on this other side. So this is kind of what I have in mind, and I'm going to go ahead and cut those 3x4 placeholders just using my paper trimmer. Nothing super fancy, just those 3x4 cards. And I'll do the same here. I'll do 3 and move it down to the 4 mark. And do the same right there. And then this last piece, I've just got to trim just a little bit off of it. It looks like it's about 1/4 of an inch too big. Okay. So we'll use just a little bit of adhesive and put those in place. Kind of make sure it's straight there. We'll do the same over here. I am using the sides with the smaller pattern for this part because we're going to embellish on top of those, and I want to make sure that our embellishments stand out. So we'll go ahead, we're just going to flip that over, and we're going to go ahead and put those, or that last 3x4 card in place. Okay, this is where we get to have fun with lots of die cuts and lots of embellishments. Okay, so now we're going to reach in with our hearts, and the first thing I'm going to do is just kind of lay them out how I think I want them to go. You know, they might not end up staying in this exact spot, but it'll be pretty close. I think we want to do that, and then maybe layer some. Yeah, we need a little pattern over here. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm thinking, but before I put any of this, or I guess adhere any of this down, I want to add, kind of jazz up these die cuts a little bit with rub-ons from the Happy Birthday set. So I'm just going to look through and decide which ones. I think I want some right here, and then on the pink heart, and then maybe a little bit on this orange one. So I think I really like this birthday cake. So I'm going to go ahead and trim around the birthday cake. And just be careful not to, I'm going to leave that little green heart there. This teal heart, I don't want it right there, so I'll set that aside. We'll remove the backing here. I'm going to put our cake a little more on the side here so that I can still layer these hearts. So we'll put that down right there. So because this is not centered and I have a little bit of it hanging off the edge of the die cut, I'm going to use just a piece of scratch paper. And actually, I don't know if I want to do this. We'll do this right over here, so it's not on directly on my photos. And then we'll just hold that in place while we rub everything down so it's stuck really well. Some of it's going to come off the heart there, but that's okay. And then we'll just gently, I'm holding with a couple of fingers over here because I don't want to pull it all up, because if there's a little bit that I missed when I was rubbing everything down, then it'll be a lot easier to place if I keep these two fingers here and gently pull this back. We'll just go ahead and gently pull it back. I noticed I missed just the very top of those candles. And right there on the edge did not adhere well, but everything else, oops, there's one tiny speck of that cake. We'll get that, and still not wanting to adhere. We'll come back and fix that. Okay, so there's that heart. And then we'll go ahead and just lay those out. And then right over here, I want to embellish this heart as well. So I'm thinking actually that that yay would be super cute. So I think we'll leave off, or maybe the hooray, but actually this yay fits better. And we don't have quite enough room for that exclamation point. So I'm gonna leave that on the sheet here and just use that with, maybe with another project. Okay, so we'll remove the backing here and just place that on the heart. And this time it all stays on the heart. So we'll just go ahead and take our popsicle stick. You can also use a bone folder here if you prefer. That might be a little bit easier on your hands if you need it. But the popsicle stick that comes in the package works perfectly. So we'll just make sure that is all nice and adhered. And just keep rubbing. Let me know if you have been scrapbooking or paper crafting, whichever, long enough that this is kind of, that you've seen, like, that several years ago, like, all the companies had rub-ons. And then they kind of went away for a while, and they're coming back, and I'm super excited about it because I think that they are a really fun, give you a really fun look. So I think I have everything there. Again, I'm going to hold these two, the paper with, or excuse me, I guess the plastic with these two fingers to make sure that I have everything placed, and that looks perfect. So we're going to move that over here. And then last but not least, I want to go ahead and find something cute to go on this plaid heart. And I think what I want are these balloon animals. So I know I think I want the green and the pink, because I don't think the orange one is going to stand out very well against that orange paper. So we'll start with the pink and the green and see how that looks. So maybe just something kind of like that in this upper corner, because I know I want to layer a couple of things there. So let's go ahead and start with the pink. And we'll just put it right there on that pattern paper. And just push down on that really hard so that we get a good transfer. Gotta do the edges really well on this one because I don't want to lose any of that pink outline. And there we go. Okay, so next we'll do this little green unicorn. We'll put that one kind of right up there. And again, we're just going to rub with this popsicle stick, make sure that we're getting right to the edge so that we get that nice green outline. Make sure that everything transfers perfectly. I think we've about got it. And you can tell, I'm sure it's kind of hard to see on camera, but you'll be able to tell when you have everything transferred. I'm sure it's hard to see on the screen right here, but again, we'll hold down with my left hand here and pull up with my right hand. See, I missed a tiny bit right there. And there we go. That's perfect. So I think what I might do is, let's see if this orange balloon animal will fit on this yellow heart. And it does. So I think that's the one that's got to be there. It's perfect. Fits perfectly. Okay, so this last rub-on transfer, well, maybe I shouldn't say last. You never know, right? There might be another perfect rub-on that needs to go on this page. I love it when things fit together so perfectly. Okay, so make sure we get that outline. That's the biggest thing on these balloon animals, because you can really tell if you miss that outline. The outline makes these pop. Okay, so I'm going to set my rub-ons aside here for just a minute and make sure that everything is placed correctly and that we are ready to put things in place. So I have these stems that we die cut, and I want to use them to kind of tie together all of my embellishment clusters to give them a really cohesive look and to pull in that pop of green. So I'm just going to put these, I've got 2 on these ones, on these 2 embellishment clusters, and then I think I'm going to put 3 on here. I don't know for 100% sure, but that's kind of the plan that I had in my mind. And the one thing that is kind of fun about these cardstock and these sprigs is that you can use either side of them. So if I want the 2 sprigs kind of going away from each other, all I have to do is flip one over. And that kind of helps, I think, do something kind of, I think I want a little bit less. This cluster is a little busier than some of the other ones, so something kind of like that. And then I think I want to place these ones kind of like that. Actually, that looks kind of busy. I think I want these sprigs to kind of come out on the white cardstock. Okay, so this is kind of what I have in mind. Here is where you will need your foam tape. So we'll go ahead and find my foam tape here. Again, this is, you can use a different size foam tape. It's totally up to you. This is just what I had on hand. So now that I've got my foam tape, we'll go ahead, and I want to use my scissors that I have set aside for adhesive and just trim off a few little pieces. And then I'm actually going to place those die cuts exactly where I want them, and then place this die cut right on top of that. And it's kind of adhering two things in one. Okay, that one looks perfect there. I'm gonna come over here and cut off a couple of little strips. There's gonna be a lot of foam adhesive, I think on this cluster specifically, but I think it's so fun to use foam adhesive. It adds so much to your project by just adding that little bit of dimension. Then we'll cut off a couple of more pieces. And put that on the back of this teal heart. And again, I'm going to place, and it's really these two sprigs right here that I want to make sure that I have the placement right on there. And I'm not going to push that down. I'm just going to attach this heart die cut, these two sprigs, and this bottom one, and not push it down and adhere it to this yellow piece of pattern paper yet. So I want to just trim off a few more bits of foam adhesive. And put those in place. And then I'm actually going to add a second layer right over here so that that section doesn't sag. You don't want any die cuts that are sagging, right? And that will keep everything nice and in place when this layout goes into my albums. And we'll just make sure we have the right placement before we push everything down. Okay, we're almost there, friends. We're in the home stretch of this project. And I should have cut these just slightly smaller so that they would fit better on that heart, but that's okay. It works, right? Okay, so we'll remove the backing and put that heart right on top. Layer that on top. I'm going to put some foam adhesive right there on the back of this one so that I can place everything again, because I kind of nudged it out of place. So I think right here and right there, or maybe this would work a little bit better, because I don't want to have anything cross over this seam here, because they'll be separated on different pages, because right here is my seam. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. So we'll remove the backing on this heart, and again we'll do kind of like what we did over here and place this And I'm just picking up this plaid heart. I don't want to adhere it to the pattern paper yet. And then we'll go ahead and cut a little bit more. And then again, we're going to double up on this adhesive that's already there so that our die cuts don't sag. And then we'll just put one more little strip here, kind of across the top. Making sure that I've got these die cuts placed. I definitely don't want to cover up any of that little guy's face. And I think right there is where I want it. Okay. And with that, I am going to call this one finished. I love the texture and dimension, and we're able to customize this layout so perfectly, tailor it to the story that I wanted to tell, because we had, we used a lot of die cuts, and that way we can tailor it to exactly what we need. Thank you so much for spending time with me and creating the double page layout. Please let me know if you have any questions. I would love to connect with you on social media and here through Scrapbook.com. So thank you again for having me. I'm so thrilled to have been here and created along with you and all of the other instructors. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of SBC Fest, and I will see you again in the crafty world.
Hey there everyone, I'm Robin the Delta Crafter, and I want to thank you for joining me for SBC Fest. Today in my class, we're going to be talking all about hot foiling. Hot foiling is all the rage in the crafting industry right now, so I'm going to share with you some tips and techniques that I've been using that have helped me get great results with my hot foiling. I'm also going to be combining hot foiling with another favorite technique of mine, ink blending. We're going to be making a beautiful birthday card with butterflies and hot foiling on it, so let's go ahead and get started. Before we get into the hot foiling, we're going to do some ink blending and some die cutting. For the die cutting, we're going to be using the Butterflies 1 die set from Scrapbook.com, and you can see there that it comes with 3 different butterflies as well as the shadows for those butterflies. We're going to be using some Distress Oxide and Cracked Pistachio, Kitsch Flamingo, and Squeezed Lemonade. I like to put my Distress Oxide inks down with the domed foam from Scrapbook.com and the little handle tools that hold the foams in place. My cardstock of choice for ink blending is Neenah Classic Crest Solar White in the 80-pound weight, and that's what I'll be using today. One of my new favorite tools from Scrapbook.com is this silicone craft mat. This thing is very lightweight, large, and has plenty of space for me to do all of my ink blending tasks. So I'm going to be using that today as I get ready to apply my ink to my card. I'm going to start out with this Cracked Pistachio, and I'm going to lay down a good amount of ink of the Cracked Pistachio. I'm going to be applying ink to about half of this card panel, and I'm going to use that inked up area as the area that I'm going to cut my butterflies from. And you can see that I'm getting a great blend with this Distress Oxide ink using this domed foam from Scrapbook.com. One of the things that I like most about this silicone mat is that it's so easy to clean up. All I had to do was spray some water on my mat and bring in a paper towel to wipe all my ink away. Now I'm ready to move on to my next ink color, Squeezed Lemonade. After I've loaded up my ink blending tool with ink, I'm going to bring it into the other side of that card panel. So like I said previously, I'm going to ink up one side with one color and ink up the other side with another color. This will allow me to save paper and only ink up the area that I'm going to be using for this card. So I'm coming in with my third and final color, the Kitsch Flamingo, and I'm going to ink up just 1/2 of this card panel with the Kitsch Flamingo. I'm going to use the dome foam again, and I'm going to just apply that ink in a good amount of coverage on this card panel. So let's move on to the die cutting. Because I'm not sure which butterfly I want to place where on my card as I'm designing it, I'm going to go ahead and cut out several different butterflies from my panel. I'm going to kind of figure out how to lay these butterflies out, and then I'm going to cut 2 pink, 2 green, and 2 yellow. I'm using a piece of Easy C tape right here to hold my dies in place while I get ready to run them through my die cutting machine. I have a Spellbinders Platinum die cutting machine, and the Magic Mat from Scrapbook.com works beautifully with this machine. The Magic Mat is one of my most favorite tools that I have in my craft room, and it's one that I recommend to all crafters. Now, because these dies are very intricate, these butterflies have lots of details in them. And because of that, I would recommend that you use either a metal shim or a couple of pieces of paper underneath your Magic Mat in order to make sure that all the details in the butterflies cut out cleanly and nicely. So you can see here that I'm poking out some of those extra little die cut details, and I'm going to cut those out and poke those out with my Tim Holtz little pokey tool there. This tool helps you get into all the little areas that you need to poke out when you have die cuts that are intricate like these butterflies. So I'm going to continue on, and I'm going to cut butterflies from the cracked pistachio as well as the squeezed lemonade inked up areas. Even with your best efforts, sometimes some of the smaller die cut pieces just do not come out of the die cut well. It's good to have some of these small steel blade precision scissors from Scrapbook.com on hand when you have tasks like this. Now that our butterflies are cut and while our distress ink is continuing to dry, let's move on to our hot foiling. Hot foiling is one of my most favorite craft techniques to use. Today I'll be showing you my hot foiling tips and techniques using hot foiling plates from Spellbinders and Pink Fresh Studio. I'll also be showing you how to use the solid hot foil plate, which is a game changer. Wait till you see what you can achieve using this plate. So in order to hot foil, you have to have some foil. I'm going to be using some champagne foil as well as some sky blue foil from Spellbinders. So first up, we're going to be using the Plaid Tidings hot foil plate from Spellbinders. I wanted to use this plate because this plate is very, very versatile. You could use it pretty much every season of the year. For this card, I decided to use the sky blue foil. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut a piece of foil that is about the length of my plate, just a tiny bit longer than the length of my plate. So when you hot foil, you want to make a sandwich, and your sandwich will consist of your cardstock, your hot foil, and your hot foil plate. So I'm going to be using a piece of Neenah Classic Crest Solar White in the 80-pound weight again, and I'm going to place my foil on top of my cardstock with the pretty side facing up. Then I'm going to place my hot foil plate with the design or the pretty side of my hot foil plate facing the pretty side of my foil. Now, while I'm doing all of this prep work, notice that my glimmer machine, which is my hot foil machine, is over to the left and it's warming up. You want to have that kind of cranked up and going while you're doing all your prep work. In order to make sure that my sandwich stays in place, I'm going to be using some 1-inch mint tape to tape everything in place. I love using mint tape for this because it's low tack and there's no sticky residue left behind that could possibly mess up my design. So I fold over the edge of that mint tape to the back of my cardstock, and I want to place my sandwich onto my heating platform with the plate facing the heating platform. I like to place my thin shim and my spacer pad, both of which come with the glimmer machine, on top of my sandwich while it is going through its heating cycle. So notice that I pressed the little button, that started the light to blinking. When the light turns solid is when you know your platform is ready to be pulled out and be taken to your die cutting machine. So the glimmer machine provides the heat. The die cutting machine provides the pressure to transfer the heated foil to your cardstock. So I've run my whole sandwich through my die cutting machine, brought it back to my platform. Notice that I went ahead and docked my heating plate so that it can start reheating again. And now it's time for the reveal of the hot foiling. So I'm just going to take the corner of my foil and pull it back. And there you can see the beautiful foiling that I was able to achieve with this hot foiling technique. Absolutely beautiful. Look at all the light that it's catching. Now that extra piece right there, we're not going to throw that away. I'm going to use that later on with the solid hot foil plate that I showed you in the beginning. But before we do that, let's move on into hot foiling some sentiments. So for the sentiment, I'm going to use that champagne foil that I showed you earlier, and I'm going to do repeat the same process. I'm going to measure out my foil. I'm going to make my sandwich. This sentiment plate is not as straight across the top as the plaid tidings plate was, but never mind, that doesn't matter. We're still going to use our mint tape to make our sandwich and hold our sandwich together. I'm going to take that sandwich. I'm going to put it onto our heating pad in the glimmer machine and press the button. Watch the light blink and turn solid. Once the light has turned solid, we'll take everything over to the die cutting machine, run it through to apply the pressure, come back and redock the heating pad. And now we're going to reveal the sentiments that we were able to hot foil. The glimmer machine comes with that tan little pad that you see up at the top where you place your hot plates so that they can cool off before you need to use them and handle them again. So I've just pulled back the hot foil and revealed the sentiments that we were able to create. At the top of that panel, you might have seen some extra foil on there. That's called overfoiling. No worries about that. You can remove overfoiling with a mono sand eraser from Tombow. A mono sand eraser is definitely a tool you want to have on hand when you're hot foiling. So let's talk about what to do with your leftovers from your first foiling. Remember that leftover foil that I had from pulling back from the initial plaid tidings press? Well, we're going to use that right now to create a second panel using this leftover or what would have previously been discarded piece of foil. With a solid hot foil plate, I'm able to get a 2-for-1 out of my foiling. I love this so much because it keeps me from wasting some foil that I would have discarded and placed in the trash previously. Now I can get way more creations created using this method. When you're using a solid hot foil plate, you follow the same steps as you would as if you were using any other decorative plate. You make a sandwich, you run the sandwich through a heating cycle on the glimmer machine, you run the whole platform through your die cutting machine, and then you come back and you're ready to reveal your solid hot foil creation. Depending on the pressure in your die cutting machine, you may have to add a cardstock shim or some plain copy paper shim if you need more pressure. I'm going to repeat this process with the leftovers from the sentiments. So in my little bowl here, I have all the die cuts as well as the sentiments that have been die cut ready for me to assemble the card. I did go ahead and cut out some shadows for the butterflies out of some vellum, and I'm going to place that vellum behind my butterflies to give us a more ethereal kind of gossamer look to our card. So here I am just kind of matching up the butterflies so that I can see which butterfly goes with which shadow. And I'm going to place a little bead of liquid adhesive on the back of my butterfly, and I'm going to place the butterfly onto its coordinating vellum shadow. I'm going to hold those two together with my reverse tweezers from Scrapbook.com. This is going to free up my fingers and allow me to place a little bit of pressure on the middle of that butterfly under the body. That's where I placed my liquid adhesive, so that I get a good adhesion of the vellum to my cardstock butterfly. So I'm just going to go ahead and put all of my butterflies together, making sure that I put the adhesive behind the bodies of the butterflies, because I don't want that adhesive to show through the vellum. Placing an acrylic block on top of my butterflies will help apply some pressure while I'm waiting for that adhesive to dry. So while my butterflies are still drying, I'm going to go ahead and attach my hot foiled panel to my top folding card base. I decided I wanted to have a little bit of dimension on this hot foiled panel to make it stand up and stand out a little bit. So I went ahead and placed some foam tape on the back of the panel, a couple of strips of foam tape. So I'm going to use my tweezers to kind of hold my panel, and while I figure out the right placement for my panel. I did go ahead and cut that panel down because I wanted a nice white border around the panel on the card when it's finished. So I'm pressing that down, and now I'm going to take a look at the sentiments that I've created and kind of figure out which sentiment I want to use. There are some fantastic all-purpose sentiments in this set from Pink Fresh Studio. And so you got great sentiments to choose from. You have congrats, just a note, happy birthday, sending hugs, you're a great friend, and more. I think I'm going to settle on using happy birthday. Up at the top left there, you can see I have a little container of some die cut sentiments, as well as some just plain die cuts of the sentiments that I can use as backers to help build up some depth and dimension on my sentiments. I've hot foiled this sentiment in black foil, copper foil, pink foil, just so many. And what I like to do is I like to, when I have some time, I like to go ahead and hot foil several sentiments. Like I said, I have some silver ones there as well. And keep them together in this little bin. And I go ahead and die cut some just plain white sentiments out of some scrap cardstock as well. I use those sentiments as, again, the depth and dimension that I can glue to the back of my sentiments and build up that dimension quickly and easily. So I keep all of those sentiments together in that bin, and that way if I'm ready to, whenever I'm ready to make a card, and especially if I'm short on time, I have some hot foil sentiments that are ready to go, and I have great variety to choose from. I'm going to adhere the two cardstock sentiments together with some liquid glue, and then we'll be ready to move on to assembling the card. So now that everything is ready to go, I'm going to play around with the placement of the butterflies, as well as which color I like best where. I have that gold sentiment over to the side, the champagne gold, and I'm going to place that down really quickly just to kind of see where everything is and how I want them to be. I decided that I wanted to have one of the butterflies just be like a side profile of a butterfly or a half butterfly. So I'm going to bring in those small steel blade precision scissors again, and I'm going to trim off half of the butterfly. I'm going to follow the kind of the outline of the body to make sure that it doesn't just, it looks more like a side profile of a butterfly rather than a butterfly cut in half. You kind of got to play with the optics a little bit. So I'm kind of figuring out where I want this side profile butterfly to be. And then I'm going to come in and kind of start adhering everything down. So I'm kind of sizing up the sentiment. Then I'm going to attach everything to the card panel with some liquid adhesive. So I'm going to put the sentiment down, and I kind of want the sentiment to, that little bar, handlebar kind of thing on the H to be over the butterfly. So now I've done that. So now I'm going to add in a little bit more adhesive onto the pink butterfly as well as the yellow butterfly. I really love how you can still see the hot foil through the vellum layer of the butterfly. That is adding so much interest to this card, and it's come together very nicely. And with that, this card is complete. These two different colors of hot foil really complement each other and come together to make such a beautiful happy birthday card. By only securing the butterflies to the card panel under the body of the butterfly allows the butterflies to have a little bit of lift off of the card. Hot foiling and ink blending, two of my most favorite techniques for card making. And check out that second card I was able to make using the solid hot foil plate. The 2-for-1 effect that you can get with foiling is such a great way to stretch your supplies. So, are you ready to try hot foiling now? I certainly hope you are after enjoying my class today. I want to thank you all for joining me and being a part of SBC Fest. Until next time, everyone, enjoy!
All right, we are back and we just saw two more fabulous classes. We saw Becki Adams and Robin's class, and I am so excited to chat about those. Cody,
Yes.
What did you think about Becki's class? Her double page layout, 12 by 12, which was awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was so cool how she used the template just to make her layout super easy. And I also love how like her die cutting just went so quick. She was able to use her mint tape over and over and over to cut out that delicate leaf die.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she mirrored both sides, which makes it easy. And like you said, with the template, that was awesome to see how she used it to create both layouts together and then mirror each other. So I really loved that concept. And then she used a clear ruler to put her title on, which was awesome with mint tape, so that it was all straight and perfect. That was a great little technique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also love how she created custom stickers by using, by die cutting with the adhesive sheets.
Yes, and it was fun just to see the beautiful pictures of her family for her daughter's 17th birthday. I really enjoyed that. Thanks for sharing that with us, Becki. And then the sprigs, like you said, she used so many fun dies from Scrapbook.com. It was fun to see how she arranged them and created that beautiful, beautiful layout that her family will treasure forever. So
Yes.
I love that about scrapbooking.
Yes. And then
All right.
Robin had a great class on foiling. I know so many people want to get into foiling, but they're scared of it. And I think Robin just made it look so easy.
She really did. And she gave so much information. It was like foiling 101s. You got everything you needed to know to start from beginning to end. And I love that she even did the 2-for-1. So you could use the image and then the background image. That was really good information to have and learn from. So I appreciated her doing that.
That was in my notes too, how she got 2 cards out of 1 foil.
And then the butterfly dies, she ink blended and created that as her background and then cut those dies out. And it looked like perfect colored cardstock paper. So that was beautiful. I loved that too.
Yes. Well, cool. Should we do a giveaway?
Let's do a giveaway.
All right.
I say we do a $50 gift certificate to Scrapbook.com. That's a lot of goodness for SBC Fest.
Oh, yeah.
All right. What should we tell them?
Let us know if you have tried foiling before.
I love it. Yes, such a good question. Let us know in the comments and we will choose a winner. In the meantime,
I'm going to show you one more tag that I have created using our free die right now. I created this. I was inspired by Anna Comenda's class yesterday, and I just did the same techniques. Instead of the butterflies, I used the heart die that comes with it, and it was so fun.
I love it, Cody. That is awesome. You can do so many things with this one tag die, and I love the concepts that you pulled from SBC Fest. I can tell that there are so many fun, little inspirational, empowering things to learn and pick up from each of our instructors, and you can input them and put them into your own creations, especially with something fun as a die like this with a little tag. So fun. Okay, I love it.
Oh, cool.
All right, so we jump right into the winner. Let's choose a winner right now. We are looking through the comments about if you have done foiling.
Yes.
All right.
So we'll pick a winner, and the comment will be pinned at the top. And again, the winner will be in the YouTube description as well.
All right, great. All right, now
we have our final 2 classes of the day.
Yes, I'm excited. This is wrapping up SBC Fest, which is really, really sad. We don't want to say goodbye, but we are excited about these next 2 instructors.
Yes, we have Jess Crafts, and then following Jess will be our friend Frank Garcia.
All right, let's go take a look and head on over to their place.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jess Crafts, and I'm so excited to be joining you for SBC Fest. I love to create with pattern paper, but I don't like having a pile of scraps when I'm done creating. Today, I'm going to show you one way to cut 6x8 paper that makes 2 A2 size cards without scraps. But it gets better. You can use those same cuts to make 5 different designs. You will need your favorite 6x8 pattern paper. I have the Playful paper from Scrapbook.com and its coordinating cardstock. You can check the supply list for full details, but you'll also want adhesive, a paper trimmer, a die cutting machine, some nesting dies, and word dies. I like the Hello Bloom set from Scrapbook.com because it has some dies that you can use for embellishment as well. Finally, you'll need your printable sketches. There will be a link to the sketches for your reference. The designs are simple, but I love to have the printable reference. So let's cut some paper. We're going to look at how you cut one piece of 6x8 paper to make all 5 of these cards. So here's our sketches and a set of completed cards using those sketches and techniques. And then I'm going to demonstrate it with a different Scrapbook.com paper, but I just kind of want to help you see what you're going to be making. So we're going to take 6x8 paper. I love the Scrapbook.com 6x8 paper because it has 2 sides, and I really like double-sided paper, but they also coordinate really well, and you can just pick up coordinating paper. So if you don't like to try to figure out what cardstock from your collection matches, or trying to find online, oh, you know, will this paper match that cardstock? You don't have to do any of that. You can just pick up the playful pattern paper and the playful cardstock and just know everything is going to coordinate. So we'll pick one sheet of, well, we're going to make 5 cards. So that would require 3 sheets of paper because each piece of paper creates 2 cards. And so there'll be a little bit extra today, but of course you could create 6 cards evenly and not create any of that extra. I'm just going to try to demonstrate each example, and so that's why I will happen to have extra. This is a no scrap method of making cards because, as I've mentioned, I love pattern paper, but I don't want to have to deal with a bunch of scraps after every card I make. So having some ways of cutting the paper exactly can be a way to make fast cards without that stress. We're going to take a 6x8 piece of paper. We are going to cut it in half to 4x6. These measurements and all the measurements that you need are right here on this printout that you can find linked. And if you have any questions throughout the process, be sure to let us know in the chat. So here we have the 4-inch mark, and we're going to cut this paper in half. We'll do the same for all of the papers. You, of course, can just do 1 card at a time, but I'm demonstrating several cards, and as you can see, doing several cards at a time can be quite quick, and it's a fun way to get a lot of cards done at once. Okay, then you take your 4x6 piece and you cut it to 5 1/4. We'll do that to each of these pieces. I have this Violet Studio paper trimmer here. It's pretty nice because it actually, the ruler extends out to 14 inches, so you can cut really large pieces of paper, yet it folds up quite small. So if you want something lightweight and travel, but that can handle a bunch of sizes of paper, it's a great option. We'll keep doing that. And then that's so we've made 1 cut down the center, another cut to this 5 1/4, and then there's 1 more cut. And what you're going to need for the last set of cuts is some nesting die cuts. There are many great nesting die cuts available at Scrapbook.com. They're Scrapbook.com exclusives as well, and that's what I'll be using. They have some flowers that are nesting. In my examples that I showed you earlier, I was using the boho paper collection and coordinating cardstock because why not use that coordinating cardstock? It makes everything so much easier. And I use the hexagon layering dies from Scrapbook.com in my examples. So at this point, we're going to pause on the paper trimmer, but we will come back to it briefly. We are going to put aside all of these pieces for now. We don't need to die cut with those. We are going to put mats on those. And that's another place that our coordinating cardstock is going to come in. I'm going to put also just 1 whole set to the side because we're only making 5 cards. We have Scrapbook.com nesting dies. I'm going to choose the flowers, and this is what I used for my example cards with the boho paper. The flowers give you a much wider mat. So you want nesting dies because you want to cut a mat. You're going to cut according to the sketch. You might be cutting your shape, whether it be a circle or whatever. Like I said, I'm choosing flowers today because I like the way it looks. But any nesting dies will do. And I just use a circle because it's a simple example to understand. And I'm going to look at the sketch that I'm trying to recreate, and I'm going to put the die in that same position on this large 4 by 5 1/4 panel. So if I were making sketch 1, I would take my Scrapbook.com mint tape and tape down my die in the bottom left-hand corner. If I were doing sketch 2, I would take my die and I would put it in the center completely, like the center here and this way. If I were doing sketch 3, I would turn my card to a vertical orientation, or my card panel here, and then I would cut from the top center. It's the same thing for sketch number 4. And then sketch number 5 shows it down here in the bottom right hand. You can make some more variations. I was just trying to give you a lot of suggestions so that when you do this simple paper cutting method, you can get slightly different designs and add a little bit of interest to it so you don't feel like you're making the same exact card every time. Also, you can change up your pattern paper and other things, and we'll talk about that. But depending on where I want it, I'm going to place it there. For now, I am going to be cutting it for sketch 1, which tells me to put it in the bottom right hand corner. And we'll put that through the die cutting machine. Now, I have done some of the other ones for you because my die cut machine is kind of loud. And so if I were to cut them all, that would also take a long time. So here I have one cut out of the center and another one out of the center. So these will be for sketch 3 and 4. Then I have some, we'll talk about those shapes in a moment. One cut out of the bottom right and the center. This is sketch 5 and this is sketch 2. We get sketch 1 out of our die cut machine. Okay. And that one is this orientation. Okay, the next step is you're going to need to cut your mats. You have 2 different types of mats that you're going to use. You're going to use a mat around your shape because, and I'll demonstrate with one that's already cut, it's going to cover up that hole that you have created by using your die cut. You could put your die cut right back in like this, but as you see, it gets kind of lost. And so having a mat around it really helps it to stand out. So you're going to need to cut 1 layer bigger in whatever your nesting dies are in a color that works well with the paper you've chosen. So here I chose a turquoise paper or a teal for the yellow because they really contrast. The yellow really pops off it. So I went to my playful cardstock. I picked, I think the light blue looks great as well, but I went with the teal color. Then I'm going to need one of those for every one of my yellow pieces of paper. And since our example card is one of the yellows, I'll tape this down and send this through the die cutting machine one more time to cut an additional flower. Then for my floral design, I did pick a different color mat. I, in this case, went with the red. I really liked that it pulled in the red colors. I think it just looked nice, but again, what's great about the coordinating cardstock is pretty much any of these colors are going to work well, and so you don't have to feel like you need to know a whole bunch about color mixing or pattern mixing to make this successful. So I have 2 reds for my 2 floral designs, and I'll need 3 of these teal or turquoise for my yellow designs. Okay, so got that out of our die cut machine. Next up, we need to cut the mats for these strips of paper. It's all the same, even though you might think, well, don't you need something bigger to get across this horizontal card? We're going to talk about that in just a moment. So I need a mat that is 1/4 inch bigger. Again, the measurements are right here on the sketches, so if you forget, you don't have to be writing this all down. You can just go to the link and download your sketches. I'm going to make this 1 inch because that is 1/4 inch bigger than 3/4. What's nice about this paper trimmer is that there are some measurements on the other side of the blade, so it can make it so that you're not like having a big floppy piece on one side. All right, so then it needs to be 1/4 inch bigger than the 4 inch, so that would be 4 1/4. We'll put that there, and we're going to need 3 of these as well as 2 out of the red cardstock. So let's take a moment to talk about those measurements once more. We need 1 inch, 1 inch width, and then 4 1/4. And again, if you do this assembly line style, you kind of see you can really make a lot of cards and very quickly. And you might be thinking, what about these scraps? We'll talk about some different ways that you can use these scraps because there's no pattern paper scraps. And I personally think that pattern paper scraps are more challenging to use than cardstock scraps. I completely respect that some people might feel differently, that they find it harder to use cardstock scraps, but I want to show you how we get the no pattern paper scraps, since that is a big challenge for me, and it's something that I have heard from many others that they find challenging as well because they don't know how to use that. But like, if they have this big chunk of cardstock left, then they're just going to put it back in with the cardstock set, and the next time they need a mat or to cut a word, they're going to go, okay, I just need turquoise paper. But when they see a chunk of yellow dot paper, sometimes they're a little bit like, okay, now I have to find something to coordinate with this, and you know, it becomes a little bit more challenging. Or like, is this other pattern great with it, etc. So, all right, we have 3 of the turquoise, 3 of the red. And I believe we are completely done with the paper trimmers, and now we need to do some gluing, adhering down. I'm actually going to use some Scrapbook.com tape runner. I prefer dry adhesive generally. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some of the decisions I'm going to make because it's going to affect how I tape things down. For this, I want the small side of this pattern to be the flower piece. I don't want to use the large size of the pattern because I think that since I've cut this shape kind of small, it is not going to be as clear what you're looking at. This particular time, I kind of like it. But in general, when I cut a small piece, I want to use the smaller pattern. The smaller the piece, the more likely I use the small pattern. Whereas this is quite large. And so I can use the large pattern. And there's enough going on that you can kind of see what the intent of the illustrator was. That means if I'm using this small size, I now need to also think about which side I want to use for the stripe. Here's another good reason why we're going to use a mat. Because you see that if I were to just try to put this on top, even if I switch to the small side, it'd be very busy. Breaking it up there with that mat is quite helpful. So I'm going to decide that I will use the small side for both the flower shapes and these strips. So that means I want to turn all of them such that the larger part of the pattern is face up because that's where I'm going to put my adhesive so that the smaller side is showing once I am finished. And then again, this assembly line style is going to make things super easy for me because I'm just going to be able to pull the adhesive down all of them, match them up to their color. I usually just eyeball it. It's 1/4 inch bigger all around, which means that you want an 1/8 inch border on all sides. You can go ahead and use a measurement to find what 1/8 of an inch from the edge is, but that's a little fussy for me personally. So I just go, okay, that looks about right. One of the reasons I do like dry adhesive or adhesive rollers is because it's a little bit easier to pull it off. If I'm like, oh, I got a little too far to that edge, I can just gently peel it off. Whereas if I had glue on there, sometimes the glue spreads as you're moving the paper around. I know other people like the glue because they feel like they can kind of like wiggle it down. So it's up to you. Okay, and then that's our 5th piece for our 5th card. Okay. I am going to use, like I said, the small side for all the flowers. So I'm going to find all of my flower pieces and I'm going to turn them to so the big side is on the back. And here's another one, and we need one more yellow flower. That is sometimes the challenge of working with a couple of different cards at the same time. Oh, is it still my die cut machine? No, I got it. Okay. Is that You can lose pieces around on your desk. And so there's a lot of great Scrapbook.com organizers out there to help with that. Particularly there are storage envelopes, because then you can be like, okay, especially if you have to pause your project, being able to place different pieces of your project in the storage envelope so you're not losing them. And they have those like small ones. So those are perfect for holding your small bits. And just going to get a generous amount of adhesive on all of these. I like to put a lot of adhesive on my projects. I know that that is not for everyone, but it's my personal preference. Okay. Then, as you can see, these are a very large border around. If you compare it to, sorry, I lost my train of thought, like I got stuck to my hand. If you compare it to the hexagons here, you can see that that's a much slimmer border. So if you don't like this much of your cardstock mat showing through, then choose one where the layering dies have a little bit less of a gap in between them. But I like how bold this is. Particularly I like that it kind of looks like an embellishment. You know, if you were, when actually what we're gonna do is just put a sentiment on them and it looks finished. You don't need to keep adding because you've chosen a design that looks like an embellishment. Okay, now I want all of these to be the larger sides of the paper. So I'm gonna put them all with the small side facing up. Find each of our pieces, small side facing up, and add our adhesive all along the edge. If you like, you can also add adhesive next to the hole. I don't find that it's typically like necessary. So if you like to be a little bit more conservative with your adhesive, then maybe skip that section. Okay, and I personally, I just kind of like to put the tape on all of them and put them off to my side because I have a big enough work surface that I can keep just kind of moving things off to the side without stacking them up, because if you stack them up, they're going to stick to each other and that's no fun. So if you're working on a smaller surface, then maybe you would want to put adhesive on one of them, stack it on your A2 size card, and then, you know, put adhesive on the next. But I find this is just a teensy tiny bit faster. Okay, place all of these down on our A2 size card bases. I like to have a lot of them prepared in advance. I know a lot of other crafters do the same thing where they just make a bunch of A2 size cards all at one time, or they purchase a bunch of A2 size cards in advance. And then when they're ready to get going, they're not stopping to adhere the card, or sorry, they're not stopping to make the card. They're not, you know, folding it and all that. So let us know in the comments. Are you somebody who like prepares all of your card bases ahead of time? How common is that? I kind of have to wonder, because I feel like I hear everybody says that they do that. All right. So now we're ready for the next step of our assembly here. And we need to find our horizontal cards. Here's one of them. Here's our two vertical cards. And again, this is easier if you're like making all of the same design, which is what I would typically do. I just want to show you one of each. And so this should be here and this here. Okay, I'm kind of trying to keep them in the order of the sketches on the paper too. And now we're ready to add our strips back on, but we're gonna have to do something special with those horizontal cards. So first, be really quick, do all our vertical cards with this nice contrasting turquoise. I really like how it's gonna make everything stand, like pop off the card. Okay, this one goes through the center of the die cut. Sketch number 3 goes on the bottom. Just all little tiny variations. This one also goes through the die cut, but now the die cut is placed on the bottom. Okay. Then here are our horizontal cards. We'll just put some adhesive on the back still. That doesn't change, of course. But, and you could put the adhesive on the back and then cut, or cut first if that's more comfortable for you. So For this one, sketch number 2, we just need to cut it roughly in half. I'm not going to measure it, but you absolutely can. Please feel free to get out your paper trimmer again and cut it exactly if that makes you feel more comfortable. But I just eyeballed about half, and I'm just eyeballing about where it should be placed on the card. But you might want them to be even, and so what you can do is you can take a ruler, or really like even a piece of paper will get you close, because you'll see like, oh, does the paper look straight? You know, if it's really crooked, you'll notice because the whole paper will look crooked, and it's sometimes easier to see that a whole big piece of paper is crooked versus a little small piece, especially with all the pattern going on. So you do it the way that makes you feel comfortable, but a T ruler is a great idea there. Okay, and then this one, we're going to need to cut it about 3 inches from the side, or about 3/4 of the way from the left edge. And in this instance, I have this bird, and I don't actually want to see the bird, because the bird would look like it's kind of like diving down if I place it here. So I'm gonna do my best to kind of cover that up. Now on my mat, I actually do have some measurements, so I can go, okay, that's 1, 2, 3 inches, and I can just make my cut. You could also just eyeball 3/4 of the way down, but I know that's, again, a little bit more risky. You can also use a grid mat if you're working on one to help you to line things up. So I just kind of said you could do a UT ruler, you can do a piece of paper, and also your grid mat is excellent for that, because if my card base is lined up along one of these lines, then I'm simply going to make sure that the bottom of each of these pieces is lined up to the same line on either side of my card, and that will help me to get things straight. Okay, next step is to put our flower pieces down. When you have this gap here, you can adhere this straight down. That is no problem at all, but you might prefer if everything were a bit more even. So this is a great place to come back in with that scrap cardstock, especially these small little pieces here. I'm gonna just glue 2 of those scraps together, put a little bit more adhesive. I glued 2 layers together because I have a couple layers of paper and cardstock already built up, so this is going to be more even, and I'm gonna place it there. You can do the same thing over here if you want to, help to even things out, or across the top. But again, this is just a small step that is not necessary. It's just some people's preference. So I can add a little bit of adhesive even to these popped up pieces so that I make sure there's going to be some stickiness there. Now I can just add again all my adhesive, assembly line style. When you're working with smaller pieces, sometimes liquid glue can be nice, but these petals are big enough that I found that my tape runner did just fine getting into those small areas. If you know your card is going to be handled a lot, like you're going to give it to a small child and you want it to really stick very well, you know, maybe liquid glue would be better, or just really adhere. You can see I added like a lot of tape to that. And so I know my card is going to hold up through the mail and be gifted to someone. And I know Scrapbook.com has collected cards, their Cards for Kindness campaign, and that can be an excellent way for you to share your joy of creating. So if you like to just make a bunch of cards, but maybe you're like, you know, I don't know if I need that many birthday cards or something like that, sharing handmade kindness or sharing your handmade cards, there's a lot of places out there that accept them, and I really appreciate that Scrapbook.com helps us to do that. Okay, so we are going to then center these such that they cover up the hole that has been left. It was a little bit hard to see in this pattern to make sure that I covered up the hole, but it's really easy to see with this yellow pattern because the white really stands out. But you just take your time with it. And if you wanted to make sure that it's centered, go ahead, you know, kind of play with it however you like the end result to look. Keep going through all of them. And then we're basically at this point, we just need to add a sentiment to each one. If you wanted to stamp a sentiment on each one, then you might want to choose a less busy pattern paper, or you could pick, I'm gonna make sure these are in the right order again. Looks like we have them there. Or with the nesting dies, you can go and find an even smaller one of the nesting pieces, like this circle here, and you could cut that out of a solid cardstock and just stamp a sentiment on. I'm gonna die cut a sentiment, just because it's just kind of my personal preference. I feel like it adds a little bit more weight and feels like the card is embellished a little bit more, yet keeps it really, really simple. But stamping a sentiment would also be excellent. I would maybe recommend a big bold sentiment, especially if you have a really busy pattern paper like this one that I chose. The other thing I would say is if you're looking at these top two cards and thinking, that's a lot of pattern. That's okay, because you can mix up your patterns. Okay, we have our die cut sentiments, and I have these shape ones from Hello Bloom, Scrapbook.com. I'm gonna use the small Hi and the large Thanks. I would prefer if my sentiment were bigger than the flower or much smaller. This hello is about the same size as my flower, and I feel like then it gets a little bit more lost. So I'm gonna die cut out of some coordinating cardstock, just going back to the coordinating cardstock packs and picking a paper. I want to cut the words, so here where it's actually the individual letters. I'm gonna cut that with Scrapbook.com adhesive sheets on the back, because that's gonna make everything much simpler to adhere later on. And then these larger outlines, I'm not gonna worry about putting the adhesive on the back because I know my tape runner will work. So I'll use a little Scrapbook.com mint tape to hold these down and run them through my die cutting machine. I have some already die cut because I really wanted to focus on the instruction of how to do those no scrap templates and how each one comes together. So I can take my thanks word. And what's nice by picking both the thanks and the hi is that I can cut two at a time, and that's another way to save yourself a lot of time in assembling these cards, is cutting multiple sentiments. So you can make some of your cards for a birthday, some of your cards as thank yous, highs. I actually really like to make just kind of hi hello cards because I find that you can use those for a birthday. You don't have to have a happy birthday sentiment or happy birthday imagery on a card. And you can just kind of make use of whatever cards you have on hand, as long as you like kind of the colors and all of that for the person. I like that these cards are great for any gender. Like you could choose a less sort of floral design if you want, because you think the person you're giving it to wants a less floral design. You could then switch it out for, say, the hexagons or the more simple dot paper, like whatever suits you. These sketches work really well for a variety of people and occasions, and we're not restricted to any one way of doing this. Also, you can use this on a 5x7 card. You're just gonna have a lot more border. And so if you're okay with that, it's still a great way to get a no scrap look. You just, again, you're gonna have much like wider border on the center. So we'll keep adding some sentiment dies until we have completed all 5 of our cards. I hope you enjoyed these ideas for getting the most out of your pattern paper. Pull out those papers and make all 5 variations, and you'll be ready for your next card giving occasion. Thanks for joining me, Jess Crafts, and happy making!
Hi friends, welcome to Scrapbook.com's SBC Fest. My name is Frank Garcia and I design for Prima Marketing, and today we're going to be creating a beautiful mini album using my new Strawberry Milkshake collection. You can see my album right here. It is full of beautiful flowers, layers, and amazing shabby chic goodness. We're going to be creating this album from scratch with my memory hardware album that is super easy to create. If you've never made an album before, you're going to love how easy and how effortless it is to create with my memory hardware albums. So get ready. In a few minutes, we're going to start and create this beautiful, amazing piece of art. All right, friends, let's get started with this beautiful album. Here is the finished piece that we're going to actually work on. And I'm going to start with my memory hardware album. So the memory hardware album is going to look like this when it comes. It's going to have this craft color. So you can see that the craft color is certainly the base color of the album. And I went ahead and painted this with a little bit of paint. Now you can use Prima's Impasto paint, or you can use different paints that Scrapbook.com offers on their website. I chose to go a little bit more creamier with my color base, and I just went ahead and painted every page, including the cover and back cover, just about 1 inch around each page. Now, I always like to paint my books because it gives them a little bit more of a sophisticated look, and it also helps to kind of bring out the paper a little more. Sometimes when the craft color is showing, some papers don't really mesh well with that, so I like to just paint my books. So you can see I went ahead and painted all sides. So what we're going to start by doing is we're going to go ahead and start cutting the paper. So like I mentioned earlier, you can see I use Strawberry Milkshake, and that is my collection with Prima. I have several papers here. I have Sweet Pink, I have Berries and Cream, and I have Dulce, which means sweet in Spanish. I love this paper so much. It's so beautiful. So I'm going to get all the paper cut out so that we can cover our album. Okay, so I'm going to start with this one here, Berries and Cream, and I'm going to go ahead and start cutting. So I'm going to cut several pieces out of these papers, and I'm going to bring my trimmer in. I always like to cut off my barcode strips so that I make sure that I am not having that be part of my measurement. Sometimes I do that and I forget, so make sure that you cut yours off. And I'm going to start with, I always start with the biggest sides first. So for the front, and this is the front here, I'm going to need a 7 3/4 by 4.5 inch piece. So I'm going to go ahead and go to 7 3/4, which is right here. And I'm going to go ahead and trim that right there. And I'm going to save this piece because I am going to need it later. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut at 4.5. So you can see right here we're at 4.5. And here's our first piece. Okay. Now we're also going to need a piece that is going to be 4.5 by 1.5, and that's going to be for this little guy right here. So you can see there's a little tiny flap right here. So I'm going to cut that out now. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that at 1.5. Okay. Oops. And I'm going to go ahead and flip this over and cut this at 4.5. And we're trying to maximize our paper as much as we can. So try to save as much paper as you can while you're cutting. So we have both of our pieces for our front. Now for our sides, which is this side and this side, we're going to need a 2.5 by 4.5 inch piece. So I'm going to go ahead and go back here, cut this at 4.5. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and cut this at 2.5 this way. And then another 2.5 this way. And what I love about this paper is the direction doesn't really matter, so don't worry too much about the direction. You can see that the paper kind of goes any direction you like, really. And that's what I love about patterns like this. You can kind of use them for any directional thing. It doesn't need to be perfect, okay? So now I'm going to take my second piece of paper, and I'm going to go ahead and once again cut my strip off. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and work on the back part here, so this part here of the book. Okay, so the back is going to be 4.5 by 7 3/4. So I'm going to go ahead and go to 7 3/4 here again. I'm going to trim that, and then I'm going to go ahead and cut this at 4.5. Okay. So far we have our pieces for our front and back. Let me just kind of go in again, which are going to be 4.5 by 7 3/4. We have our two side pieces, which are 2.5 by 4.5. And we have our little piece in the front, and that's going to be our front piece, which is 4.5 by 1.5. Now you can certainly make these a little bigger if you want this to be a little bit bigger, but I always like having a little bit of a frame when I'm working on my books, and you'll see what I mean by that in just a second. Okay, Now I'm going to go ahead and start putting some tape on my paper. And don't forget that you're going to go ahead and save your scraps. You can always use your scraps for all kinds of pockets and fun flaps in your book. And I'm going to go ahead and take my paper and flip it over. Now I like to use my artisan tape. You can always use Scrapbook.com's double-sided adhesive, which is always a great option. I like using my artisan tape. This is a tape that I have with Prima. And this tape works really great. It is archival and it's great for bookbinding. So I'm using my 5/8 inch tape, but you can certainly use 1 inch. You can use any size that you have. And I'm gonna go ahead and just put some strips on my back of my paper. Now notice how I'm not really putting them close together, and that's just because it doesn't need to be. It just needs to be enough to adhere in the front. Okay, so there's one piece. I'm going to do the same thing on here. And you know what I was going to say is that I like using this very strong tape because when your book is finished, you know it's going to last you a lifetime. This tape will not deteriorate over time. I've had my books for a long time and they last a while. So I always get people asking me how come I don't use liquid glue for the fronts. This is why, because if you're going to put all this work and effort into a beautiful album, you want to make sure that it lasts and nothing falls off, right? Especially because you're going to put quite some heavy items in there. So you want to make sure that it holds up the test of time, as they say, right? All right, so far we have those two pieces. Then we're going to go ahead and work on these smaller pieces. Okay, I'm going to just add my little tape pieces on there. And these are much smaller, so I'm just going to put 3 strips on here instead of covering it completely. There's that one. And you can see the back side of this paper is really cute. So if you like the back side of it, go ahead and use that side. I mean, honestly, there's not a bad side on this paper line. So I love both sides of this paper. But the front is certainly a favorite of mine. This berries and cream paper is actually one of my favorites. All right, and then we have our last little guy. And we're gonna repeat the process. And we're gonna go ahead and put some tape on there. I went ahead and added that. And sometimes when you get too much tape, you just want to trim off the excess, like right here. Just gonna trim that off. All right, and now we're ready to adhere on our outside pieces. So I'm gonna start with this one. I'm gonna take off my tape strips so I can get this adhered. Now, if it helps you for placement, a little tip that I have is you can always add liquid glue to your tape. And then that way, in case you don't put it on really straight, it helps you move it around before the tape actually settles in. So that's another little tip that you can use when actually doing these albums. I'm gonna go ahead and center this the best that I can, because once it's down, it is down. So I'm gonna just make sure it's nice and adhered. All right. Then I'm gonna move on to the back. Get that other guy on there. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove my strips. Oopsie. There we go. Oops. And I'm gonna go ahead and center this again, as best as I can. Just adhere that. It's looking beautiful, beautiful. All right, now we're moving on to the front. And I have this little strip that's gonna go right here. And I have my sides. So you can see how easy the front is already coming out It's so easy to get this covered. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on the side, right there. And then I have my other side right here. Okay. There we go. Nice and centered. So you can see now we have all of our outsides covered. Doesn't it look super pretty already? I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and start working on my insides. Now the inside here, we're going to have the same sort of measurements, so 4.5 by 7 3/4 for this side, but we are going to use a little bit of a different paper for those pieces. So I'm going to bring back my paper sheets, and I'm going to use this one here called Sweet Pink, another one of my favorites, if I say so myself. I'm going to go ahead and take my trimmer and cut off my barcode. Okay. And we're actually going to be using this part right here. This is the top part that we're going to be using. So I'm going to go ahead and trim to 4.5 right about here. Okay. And it's going to be at 7 3/4. So we're going to just flip this. And this is sort of like the hard decision that you have to make. Do you like this side or this side? I like this side. So I'm going to go ahead and trim this. Okay, at 7 3/4 right there. Now this obviously can be saved so that you can, make something else with that. So don't throw those away. Those are great pieces. Now here is this part. This is going to be this section right here. Now this little guy is a 2 1/4 by 4.5. And I'm going to use my little scraps. Remember we saved these earlier? So I'm going to cut this at 4.5. And I'm going to cut this at 2 1/4. Okay. Perfect. And then we have our right hand side, which is right here. So we have this part here, which is similar to this part. It's actually the same measurement. So 2 1/4 by 4.5. And then this little guy is going to be 1.5 by 4.5. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that out. And I'm going to use my scraps again. So I'm going to use this little piece right here. So I'm going to have 4.5 and 2 1/4. Okay. And then the little tiny piece that was on the right hand side is going to be 1.5 inches wide. So 4.5 by 1.5. And you can see how I'm not really thinking about this too much. One of the biggest things I always tell my students when I'm teaching is don't overthink it. It doesn't need to be perfect. Just go for it. I mean, literally the way you're seeing me make this book is the way I craft. I don't really think about things. I just kind of go, and that's really the beauty about making albums is that they don't need to be perfect. They just need to be whatever you want them to be. Like, look how pretty this looks already. I didn't even have to think about that. So I'm going to actually go ahead and put some tape on here. Now for the inside, since we're not putting a lot of heavy things, I'm going to be using my tape runner. Okay, so I'm going to just scooch this over and just go ahead and put some tape on here. And I like to get all the sides to make sure that everything is nice and adhered. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and center this right here. Make sure that's nice and adhered. Okay. And now we have these little guys. So I'm going to go ahead and take this one and adhere this right here. Okay. And since I have my glue right here, I'm going to just use this for my smaller pieces. Because sometimes the smaller pieces tend to be a little bit tricky with tape. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this. And I'm using the art glitter glue, which is deciding not to cooperate right now. So let me just go ahead and take my pen and make sure that that is nice and open. Okay, looks like it's working now. Sometimes all it needs is a little help. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take that and go ahead and glue that right here. And what's nice about using glue with smaller pieces is you can move them around if they're not perfectly centered where you want them. So just keep that in mind. You know, you can always use glue for smaller pieces of your work. I'm gonna take some more of the glue and add it right here. So now I'm going to go ahead and put this on this side. And I'm going to try to center it as best as I can. Oh my god, it's looking so fabulous, you guys. I am loving. I'm going to add a little bit of glue on this smaller piece. And I'm going to take this and put it right here on this edge. Right there. Now you'll notice that the magnets are going to be right here, so if you really need to burnish this, go ahead and use a bone folder if you like, but it usually works pretty well by just putting a little bit of force in there. Okay, it's looking pretty good. So far we have our front, our back, our sides, and then we have our inside. Now remember, this is magnetized, so once you kind of get it done, you'll see that it magnetizes. It's really easy. Now these guys, you might be wondering, oh my god, Frank, how are we going to get all these covered? I got you covered. So right here we have our journaling cards. These are 3x4 journaling cards, and guess what? I designed this book to go with these cards. So if you have some of these at home that you're like, what the heck am I going to do with these? This is what you do with them. You take this pad and you just literally pop them out of the journaling card pad and you just glue them on, and that makes life so much easier. So I'm going to count these with you. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pages, which means we need 24 of these, and we have 45. So I'm going to just pull out 24 that I like. And what's beautiful about these is that these are double-sided, so you can use the same one a couple of times and know that you're going to get different images. Okay, so I just kind of lost count, so let me make sure I'm counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, look at this one, how cute, 9, 10, love this pattern, 11, look at this, and it makes me want a strawberry milkshake right now. 12, love this, 13, 14, 15, 16, I'm going to take another one of these, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Now you can certainly repeat them. I'm just going to go ahead and take them and just kind of shuffle them like a little poker deck, just to kind of get them all mixed up so that I know that I'm not getting the same card every time now that I'm gluing. And you can see that I am not really keeping track of how these go. I'm literally just going to stick them on because they're all so pretty. So you really can't get a wrong card here. I mean, look how pretty these are. And you'll see once it's all adhered how pretty it looks. So I'm going to start right here, and you can see that you don't need to trim anything. Look at how perfect that goes. It just fits. So I'm going to take my tape gun and I'm just going to start taping. Now, a couple of things about this album. So this is called the Journaling Magnetic. Obviously because it is magnetic, right? But also because I designed it to be a journaling book. So you can either journal in here, use your pages to journal. Because I had someone ask me, Frank, why is the book so small? Like with the pages, like what do you do with these pages that are so tiny? Well, if you guys keep track of, you know, what's going on with trends and stuff like that, a lot of people like, obviously, Instagram, right? So if you're on Instagram, you know there's a lot of pictures in there that you take and you post. And they're all kind of square pictures, right? They're all smaller pictures. And they're in a format that you can print like on Instax cameras or anything like that. And you can just get them printed really easily nowadays. And they're perfect for small little moments, right? So like if you need any ideas on how to use this book, think about it. There's 24 pages in here, right? You can use this for a birthday. You can use this for a Christmas gift, right? For someone, a wedding, you know, anything like that. And put 24 different photos in here. So even though these pages are a little bit small, they don't need to be full of stuff. Like they could just be literally photos, right? With pretty papers in the back. So like for example, this one here, even though it has a quote, you can put a little picture here, add a little bit of, you know, a couple of flowers, and you're set. So I don't want you to think that because it's a book that you need to fill every single page. This is meant to be a very easy, relaxed, like I'm totally relaxed right now. It's supposed to be a relaxed book, right? Look how cute that is. Love this vintage card. Now you could certainly add a couple of more elements to these pages. So I did a book like this once where I made every page a pocket. So you can definitely have fun with changing this up, right? And what I like is that even though the pages are small, you can add a lot of stuff inside because there's a little bit of room. The book has sort of like almost like a 3-inch clearance. So you can add some flowers, you can add a couple of more layers, you can add chunky embellishments like chipboard, which is really fun. Love that quote, be the sunshine when you can't find the sun. How true is that nowadays, right? I'm going to use the back side of this because I already used this card. And I don't want it to be back to back, so I'm going to just use the back side. Right here. I love this swirly, kind of looks like the inside of a milkshake, right? It's very cute, it's very cute. So I'm going to add this page right here. Now if you wanted to use some of the bigger patterns in the pad, you totally can. I just chose to use this little journaling card pad because I don't have to cut anything. If you noticed, I didn't have to cut nothing. It was already good and good to go. I just went ahead and picked out my favorites, and that was pretty much that. So that's what I love about this book. It's really easy and very fast. Love this card right here. I'm gonna go ahead and get that one on there. Now the inspiration for this collection, I know you might be wondering, well, what is up with the strawberries? Well, strawberries are cute to begin with, right? If you guys think about fruits, there's just not a lot of fruits that are cute, right? Like blueberries are cute, strawberries are cute. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be cute to just have a collection that was themed around strawberries, that was super cute, super feminine, super shabby, right? And this is how this came about. It just looks so pretty. And who doesn't love strawberry milkshake, right? I know, I love them. Okay, we're gonna put that one in there. And I love the little pops of black on this one. So little polka dot little section in here. Look how cute. The little black dots in there. I love that. So I'm going to center this one right there. I think I'm going to use this bold pattern right here. Love that. I'm going to put this one on this side. Just try to center it as best as I can. And we're almost to the end, guys. We're almost to the end. Look at this one. I love this card. It's so cute. Love, love, love. Okay, I'm going to put this one right here. Okay. I think I like these little sliced strawberries right there. And like I said, it doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to be a specific pattern of, the papers. You could just pick whatever speaks to you. Whatever floats your boat. Love her. She is so cute carrying the little strawberry. I'm going to put her on the next page. right about here. I love this little cup with the little strawberry at the top. Gonna add that there. And eventually, because you have a lot of pages, you are gonna repeat a couple. But that's the beauty about this type of book, is that even though you're repeating a couple, if you end up covering one or two throughout the book, you have another page that looks just like it. So that's the cool part about this, is that you can certainly repeat them so that you get a little peek of everything in the collection, right? And oh my god, like, tell me how cute that's looking already. And I haven't even decorated anything. It's already looking so cute. Alright, so let's see. I think I need a little milkshake right here. What do you guys think? I think we're gonna go for it. So I'm gonna just go ahead and add my little tape. And add that right here. Right. Let's see. Decisions. I love this one. We used this one in the beginning, so I'm going to use that one again. And if it makes it easier for you to use glue, feel free to use that. I'm just going with my little tape runner because it just makes it go a little quicker for me on these cards. I'm going to use this pattern again, and I'm going to use her again here. Now think about the amount of pictures that you can fit in this book. I think as scrapbookers, we're always trying to maximize how much we can fit in an album or on a page, right? So this would be a perfect album if you're trying to get a lot of photos in one book. Like I said, think about events or anything like that that you have coming up and get them all documented. That's the reason we make these beautiful projects, to document and preserve all of our memories. So I'm going to put the last one here. Now you'll notice that there is another page here. So we actually need 25. So I'm going to go ahead and pull another one out. Let's see, what do we like? I think I'm going to use this one because this one says Strawberry Fields Forever, and I think that's so cute. So I'm going to go ahead and tape that. And I'm going to put this right here, kind of centered. Okay, now are you ready for this? Let me tell you, you're not ready. Look how cute. And we just finished this like in no time. How cute is that, right? So now we're going to go ahead and close that. Oh my god, look. I love it. So cute. Alright, so now we're going to work on the cover. Hopefully everybody's keeping up and everybody's loving. Okay, so I'm going to set this aside real quick and grab my trimmer, because we're going to cut a little bit more paper. So for the front right here, we're going to need, let's see, I think I'm going to use this piece of paper right here with the beautiful girl. Unless we want to use something from here. I think I'm going to use something from here. So I'm going to go ahead and take this paper and I'm going to cut it at 4 1/4 tall by 5 3/4 wide. So 5 3/4 this way. And then I'm going to cut it at 4 1/4 tall. So really depends what you want to show here. So I'm going to just cut this and see what we get. Because if I don't like it, I could always cut another piece, right? So I'm going to bring my book back. And this is what's going to go right here. Okay. Now, because I know that some of the pieces are going to get covered, I'm going to cut another piece just to see how that looks. Okay. And I'm going to use this piece right here. Okay. I'm going to trim off a little piece from the bottom because I could still see a little bit of the barcode. So 5 3/4, so we're going to start on this side. Okay, so 5 3/4, and then we're going to cut 4 1/4. So 4 1/4 right here. Now I do like this typewriter. Most of it's going to get covered, so I'm not really too worried about what it looks like necessarily right there, but I didn't really want to cover her up. So I think I might go with this piece. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, I love that. So I'm going to use this piece. Now, to use this one, I'm going to actually use Scrapbook.com's foam adhesive. Alright, so we have our foam tape on there. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. Look at how easy that comes off, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and get this adhered to the front. Right about here. Just make sure it's centered. Oopsie. And then you need to make sure it's centered because you don't want it to bump into this. You know what I mean? Now, for the front, we are going to need this card right here. And this is coming out of the dulce paper. So I'm actually just going to roughly cut this out. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and take my smaller scissors. And I'm just going to go ahead and trim off the edges. Now, you'll notice that I am not really doing this perfectly. I am just kind of roughly getting it cut out. And that's because the actual print on this is actually like a jagged piece of paper, so you want to kind of make it look a little more kind of shabby, not perfect. So I'm just going to go in and just kind of wave my scissors a bit. And this works better with some smaller scissors, but you can use whatever fuzzy cutting scissors you have that you like. Just going to go all the way to the top. Okay, and then there's a little tiny bit at the top, and I'm just going to trim that off as well. Okay, just like that. Looks beautiful. And I'm going to turn it around and I'm going to add some more of my Scrapbook.com tape. Just a couple of pieces just to kind of raise this up. And I'm going to see if I could put one more piece in the middle, right about there. Just going to try to squeeze it in there, just to make sure it's nice and flat. I'm going to go ahead and take off my backer. And this is actually going to go in the center of the front. So we are going to cover that little typewriter, but that's okay because it's going to be somewhere inside, I'm sure. So look at how cute that looks. You can see that worked out perfect because I love the little leaves just kind of popping out from the edges. How cute is that, right? All right, so now we're going to get started on flowers. Now you guys know I love me some flowers. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my flowers. And I have a couple of different flowers from different collections. I have these here. So these are from Strawberry Milkshake. Okay, and these are all available on Scrapbook.com. And I have these. These are so pretty because I love the color. Now these are great for adding little details to your corners. And then these are just some beautiful sort of like rosy flowers. Just perfect. Love, love, love. So I'm going to start, usually I start with the bigger flowers. So I'm going to start with one of these. And these here are going to be the Strawberry Milkshake ones. And I'm going to go ahead and take this center off. Now you guys know that I like altering my flowers. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I don't like it, but I like to alter. So I'm going to just take this center off and just leave the flower petals like that. You can save this for something else later if you like. Then I'm going to take this flower pack right here. Love this one. And I'm going to just kind of take that out of the package because I'm actually going to be using a couple of these. So I'm going to be using this large flower right here and also this little guy. Okay. And I think I'm going to also use this little guy right here. Okay. Now you can use any that you like. I'm just picking out a couple that I like. Now this guy is actually going to get glued in the center of this larger flower. So I'm actually going to take my glue gun and I'm going to just go ahead and glue that in the center. just like this to create a new center. And I'm just going to scrunch this up as much as I can. Okay, and look how cute that looks already. Now I'm going to start gluing some of these flowers as I go. So this guy's going to go right here. And I'm just going to go ahead and take my glue. And flowers is another thing, you guys, that I really don't think about. I just kind of do it. Because if you overthink it, you're going to be doing this for a while. And some of you guys may like that, but I like to just kind of get going. It just makes it more fun. So I'm going to go ahead and take this next package. These are like the parchment looking flowers. Now I always take off the greens off of my flowers because sometimes the green doesn't really go with what I'm working on. And in this case, everything's really shabby and pink, so I'm going to just take off the leaves. You can leave them on if you like them. I just think they don't really go with my project, so I'm going to just take them off. So I'm going to start with this one right here. And this guy's going to go right about here. I like how that looks right there. So I'm going to just go ahead and glue that on. And I'm going to glue it right here. Okay. And sometimes it helps if you kind of hold it in place for a couple of seconds. Now from this package, oh my god, look how cute these are. Love, love, love. I'm going to take a couple of these. And I love that they're half, kind of like a half cream, half pink. It just reminds me of strawberries. Isn't that cute? So, so cute. And I think these are from the Prima Farm Swing Farm collection. But they can be used, obviously, for our book here. I'm going to stick one right there because I just think that looks really cute. And then I'm going to take another one. I'm going to remove the green. And I'm going to go ahead and stick this right here. Because I think that looks pretty. Okay, right about here. Now you'll see that there's a little nook right here that we can fill in. And that's where this little guy comes in. I'm just going to go ahead and squish the petals together as much as I can. And then I'm going to go ahead and add my glue. And I'm going to just go ahead and put that little guy right here. Just try to squeeze him in there. Just going to go ahead and try to fix him in there. Make sure he's nice and straight. Okay. And what I love about hot glue is you can move stuff around. So if you don't like quite where it's at, you can always move it. All right. So now I'm going to go with my second flower. This is the second biggest flower. Okay, and I'm going to just scrunch this up. And this is going to go in the corner right here. Okay. So I'm going to take my glue gun. And I'm just going to go ahead and place this guy right here. Right in the corner. Pretty, pretty. Look how cute this is looking already, you guys. Love it. So now I'm going to go ahead and take... I was thinking of another one of these, but I have a better idea. I'm going to take some of these petals from this here. And I'm going to take some of the leftover flowers from here. And we're going to just make some little mixed. I like this one, but I don't really want this center. So I'm going to take that off. And you guys, if you guys have flowers that you're like, maybe I want this center, but instead I want that center, you could do that. Look at what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this flower, and I'm actually going to glue it in the middle of that, because it'll make it more dimensional. It'll give it more volume. Look at that. Isn't that cute? And then this guy's going to go right here. Love. So I'm going to go ahead and glue that on right here. And then on the other side, I'm going to do something similar. So I'm going to take maybe this one right here, and I'm going to take these little centers off as best as I can. Sometimes they're a little hard to take off, but with a little bit of force, they come off. And I'm going to take this little guy. going to go ahead and add a little bit of glue. And I'm going to go ahead and adhere this in the center, just to give it more dimension. Does that make sense? And then this guy's going to go right about here. Okay. So again, I'm going to take a little bit more glue. And I'm going to go ahead and adhere him right here. Making sure that my other flower kind of sits nicely. Love, love, love how that looks. Look at that, guys. Everything's coming together very nicely. Hopefully everybody's following along so far on our little book journey. All right. So now what I like to do is I like to add a couple of filler flowers. So that's where these guys come in. Now I already have some kind of out. I put some on a little plate right here. So I'm going to take my glue, and I am going to use glue for these because they're so tiny that I don't want to burn my fingers. So I'm going to just take a little bit of glue, and because this is paper on paper, this glue will work. So I'm going to take that, put that there. I'm going to take a little bit more. I'm going to tuck one over here. Maybe one below this flower right here. Right about there. It's looking pretty good. And I love the little pops of teal in these flowers. It kind of goes with the collection. So I love that we're adding these little pops of color. So let's see, I think we might need one right here. What do you guys think? That looks cute. And these flowers are from the ONeal collection. I love that collection. It's a really pretty collection. Miel means honey in Spanish. Just makes everything super sweet. So I'm going to just add one more. And that one's going to go right here in this little nook. And sometimes you don't need to see the entire flower. All you need to see is a little peek. Just gonna fix that one right there. There we go. What do you guys think? Think it's looking pretty good. I might add one more down here. See, with flowers, you can be here all day long because it makes it so fun to just keep adding, right? Look at that. All right, I love where this is heading. All right, so now we're gonna just do a little bit of altering. So what you wanna do is you wanna kind of get all your pieces in place, get everything that you have, you know, kind of placed and glued and where you want it, okay? And then you're gonna go ahead and start working with some mediums. I'm gonna go ahead and take my soft gloss gel. And this is a really great medium for adhering all kinds of different things. So we're gonna actually use this to adhere some glass beads, okay? So this is, it's kind of like a glue. And what's nice about it is that it'll allow you to glue on little fine little things. So I'm gonna take my little pink jar here that I use for my brushes. You can tell it's very, very well loved, okay? And I'm gonna just go ahead and randomly place some of this gloss gel. So you can see I'm gonna put some right here. I'm gonna add some right here. Okay. Oops, that's too much. I'm gonna go ahead and put some right here on this flower. Maybe some right here. Okay. And the glass beads are gonna look like this. Okay, these are by Finnabair. And I'm going to take a little tiny spoon. And I'm just going to go ahead and drop these glass beads in there. And they're kind of going to go everywhere. They kind of have their own little mind. Don't stress out about it. It's all good. It all cleans up at the end. So don't worry about it. I'm going to add a little bit more at the top over here. And what this does, it just adds a really cute element, a little cute texture to your flowers, making them a little bit more interesting, right? And we're all about interesting flowers. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit more here. They kind of remind me of little water droplets, if you want me to be very honest. They look really great spring projects. They look great in projects like this or Christmas projects. You just want to make sure you put your brush back in water so it doesn't harden, because this will harden if you don't have it nice and rinsed out. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just shake this off real quick in my trash can, just to get those excess beads that didn't stick. You could also have a glitter tray if you want, but I just went ahead and used my little trash can. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this little piece of plastic here, and I'm going to go ahead and take some of my impasto paint. This is Snow White impasto paint. And I'm also going to take a little bit of my Luna paste. Now, this here is usually used for stenciling. I like to use it to add shimmer to my flowers. So you can see it's very thick. So I'm just going to go ahead and add a little bit of the shimmer to the petals. And this will add a little bit of nice glittery goodness to your petals. So sometimes when you have like a flat flower that you're like, this needs a little pizzazz, a little sparkle. This paste is wonderful for that. And I know that you probably use this for stenciling, but did you know you could also use it for your flowers? Isn't that cool? Just adds a little bit of nice shimmery goodness. Okay. And you want to make sure you spread it around as much as possible, that way it doesn't chunk up in one area. Now I'm going to go ahead and rinse my brush again. And I'm going to go ahead and take my impasto paint. And I'm just going to take a little bit with a little bit of water, and I'm just going to go ahead and whitewash the centers, okay? Because I don't want them to be so dark. So you can see right here, I'm just adding a little bit of white, right? A little bit of water. And then it'll just kind of shabby up those centers so that they're not so dark. Does that make sense? And it'll dry like that. Now, impasto paint is a heavy body paint, so it's very pigmented and it's perfect for this type of thing. And I'm going to take a little bit of paper towel. I'm going to move this over to the side just a bit. And I'm just going to put a little piece of paper towel underneath my workspace, just to kind of protect my mat. And I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of splattering, okay? Now with the splattering, I'm just going to use Sparks paint. Okay, you can see right here I have both my Spark paint colors and Mermaid Sparkle. And I have Butterfly Spells. And I'm just going to take my fine brush here, and I'm going to just take a little corner of the brush into my water, and I'm just going to splatter. Okay. And I just want little droplets to fall, and the water just kind of helps do that for me. See how the little splatters just kind of fall on the flowers? Okay. And this will add another element to your flowers. And because Sparks paint is mostly mica and paint and a colorant, it really adds a beautiful sparkle to everything. Do you see how beautiful that looks? Let me show you that up close. Look how beautiful that looks. Isn't that pretty? Okay, so that was Butterfly Spells. And then I'm going to add a little bit of the other color. And depending on how much you want is how much you want to add, okay? I'm gonna add a little bit more at the top over here. Yummy, yummy colors, right? Are we loving this or what? And I just love that this is just very random, so it kind of lands where it wants, which is the fun part of it. And don't be scared. There's really not a hard or like wrong place for these. I mean, they're just gonna land wherever it wants. So that's the beauty of it. All right, I think that looks pretty good. So I'm gonna go ahead and close my paints. And I'm gonna go ahead and take a little bit more of my Luna. Okay. And I'm just gonna go back into the parts that I painted white and then a little bit more sparkle if I need to. Okay. All right, looking good, you guys. So now I'm gonna move this out of the way. Okay, I think I don't need my little paper towel anymore, so I'm gonna go ahead and move this out of the way. And I'm gonna go ahead and start working on this side here. Now, Scrapbook.com, you guys know, they have some fabulous dies. So I'm actually gonna be using this die right here. This is a slimline die. And I went ahead and cut these all out of white basil cardstock so you could see how cute these are. And these cut like butter, you guys. So, so cute. So I did want a little border on the front of my book. I kind of love this heart. I'm not gonna lie. You can see how nice and, you know, high quality these are. I love, love, love them. They cut super easily. But I think I'm gonna use the heart because I am a little bit of a sucker for hearts. So I'm gonna actually put this right here on this edge. Look how cute. Cute, cute, cute. Before I do that, I'm actually gonna grab a little piece of my lace. Now this is just lace I had in my little stash. Okay, I'm gonna just glue this right about here. Okay, gonna run a little line of glue. Just like that. And notice how I did not even try to be straight about that. I'm just gonna glue this on there. And I'm gonna trim off the excess. Okay. And I have a little tiny piece of pom-pom trim. And this is just gonna get adhered right there. Same thing, I'm just gonna run a little line of glue. And you can certainly use regular glue, but I just like the quickness of the hot glue. Just everything just glues on much quicker. And because we're using this lovely little trim, I want to have this right underneath. Look how cute that looks. Love it. So I'm going to take some of my glue and I'm just going to add some behind this. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm using a precision tip on this glue, which I like. Kind of makes it go much quicker, much easier. Just gonna do one more here, just in case. And I'm just gonna tuck this in right here. Oh my god, look how adorable this looks. Just gonna try to center it as best as possible. How cute. Love it. Now I do have a little room back here, so I kind of want to add, let's see. What do you guys think if we add another little scallop or something? Let's see how this looks. Oh my god, how cute does that look? Doesn't it look cute? Let me see, there's another one right here. Oh, I kind of like this one actually. I think I'm gonna go with this one. So I'm gonna go ahead and swap that one. I think right at the edge there is gonna look cute. So I'm gonna just clean off my tip of my glue and just kind of go to town. I don't need very much of this, so I'm just gonna eyeball it. And I'm just gonna tuck it as best as I can right here by my lace. Trim off the excess right there. Lovely. How cute is that? Right? Now I do have a little button that was in my stash. I think I'm gonna add that right here. What do you guys think? I'm gonna add a little bit of twine just to make it look a little bit more real, right? Like a real button. So I'm just gonna thread my twine through it. And just make it look like a little button. Just gonna tie the end in the back. And this is just natural, like kind of like a little jute twine. So I'm gonna just cut the excess. And I'm gonna just pop in right here, but I think I'm gonna use a little piece of my foam tape. Because I do want it to kind of be a little bit raised. So I'm going to pop it right here. So about right here. That looks pretty centered. What do you guys think? Right? So I'm just gonna make sure that's nice and adhered. That looks wonderful, right? All right, so now we have our ephemera pack right here. And this is going to have all of the pieces that you can use on the inside. So I'm just gonna give you some ideas on how to get the inside completed. Like I said, you can definitely use pictures or anything you like to kind of get all of your pages nice and decorated. But what I like to do is I like to just create sort of like little embellishments for each of my pages. So I'm going to open up my book, right? And you can see right here, for example, I can create a little pocket if I want to. So I can take this right here, okay, and measure this out. So since this is 3 by 4, I'm going to go ahead and cut this to 3 inches. And I'm just going to cut a little bit on each side so that way it's even. So a little bit on that side and a little bit on the other side. Okay. And then that way I can adhere this right here and it could be a little pocket. What do you guys think? So you can see how you can get some really cool things done with the ephemera because it's small enough and it works really great for all these little pieces. And you get 2 of each of the ephemera, which is awesome. But look, how cute is that? Look at that little guy, just kind of fits there, right? Or for example, you can just take one of these pieces like the one we just used and you can score it in half just like this. And when you score it, okay, you can use it as a little flap. So you can take this and just score it right here and add it to a page, right? For it to be like a little flap where you can add some journaling. Same thing with these. So for example, right here maybe. And this is 4 inches tall. So I'm going to take this and trim it at 4. And then I'm going to go ahead and score it. I'll score it on this side at 1/2 inch. And 1/2 inch always works great for me because that's the easy measurement. I'm sure there's probably an easier measurement, but that always works for me because my tape is almost 1/2 inch. So I'm going to take this right here and make this into another little flap. Just fold that there in the crease and look how cute. Now you've made another little page for your book, right? The other thing you could do is you could take your little pieces, for example, this and this, right? Look how cute those look together. And I like using my tiny attacher to attach these together, right? And then you can use a little bit of foam tape. So I'm going to take my foam tape and I'm just going to add a little piece right there. For example, right here, you could just tape this guy right here. Look how cute that looks. I mean, the ephemera just lends itself to so much. Like this, for example, even though it's an awkward sort of shape, like right here, for example, right? You can score this in half the same way. Score this and try to score it at 1/2 inch, just like that. I'm gonna add my tape, and then I'm gonna just adhere this right here, so that when I fold it, it's like a little fold. How cute is that? Oh my god. I love it. Now I'm gonna show you the finished one, so you could see what I did in that one, and just kind of go through the pages with you. So, here's our little guy. So you could see, same cover, right? And look, same thing. So I just folded some of the ephemera pieces, stapled them together. You can see right here, there's another staple. I have a little tiny pocket where this guy's just kind of hanging out. There's that little ephemera piece and this ephemera piece, and I went ahead and adhered this little diary, right? Here's another fun thing. You can use another journal card and make another page, right? Just score it in 1/2 inch. This one's over here at the top. Fun, fun. Add a couple of more flowers. Here's another flap, another pocket, another flap at the top, and another side flap. And I went ahead and stapled some things on the corners. So you could see right here, for example, I went ahead and stapled this little guy to this page. These are the ones that I showed you earlier. Now this one, look at this. You could just extend that. This is a strip from our leftover. Remember I told you guys to save your leftovers? Score this. This is a long piece here. I scored it evenly, and I adhered it as a little flap. How cute is that, right? And some of the pages don't have to have anything because they have quotes, or they have pictures that you like. But then when you just kind of see it all open like this, so cute. And on this side, I went ahead and took this piece right here from the leftover dulce paper. It's like a little file folder. And I went ahead and stuck my leftover ephemera in here because why not? How cute does that look? And then these are our leftover flowers. Super cute. Now if you want to add a little pizzazz, I went ahead and added some seam binding on here and added one more crystal. And that's pretty much it. Like, I mean, how easy is that, right? Now, I'm going to go ahead and take the last little piece of ephemera, and I just saw it right here, Strawberry Kisses. And I think I am going to add a little title, because why not, right? I'm going to take my book, and I'm just going to go ahead and add that little guy right there. So I'm going to take my foam tape, and I'm going to add a little piece right here in the center. And I'm going to go ahead and put this right in the middle, right here, where it says Strawberry Kisses. And there you have it. A beautiful handmade album in no time. And remember that we created this just using a little single pad of journaling cards. And we just went from nothing to something beautiful and amazing that is truly and beautifully yours. Thank you so much for joining me for this Scrapbook.com SBC Fest class. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the class and you will enjoy all of the amazing classes that the rest of the teachers have. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you guys again soon. Bye!
Okay, we are back with our last two classes of SBC Fest March 2023, and they were amazing. All of the classes have been amazing.
Yes.
So let's first do a giveaway
Yes.
while we talk about the last two classes. So let's do one big $100 gift certificate to Scrapbook.com.
That is so fun.
Yay!
Imagine all the SBC Fest supplies you could get with $100.
A lot, a lot,
Yes.
a lot. And that could even go towards a new machine if you want one. I mean, lots of things.
Yes.
All right, so what should we have them comment in the comment section? How about a new tip or trick that
Yeah.
you learned from SBC Fest? Share with us a new tip or trick that you learned from watching yesterday or today's SBC Fest. We would love to hear, and then we will choose a winner in just a few minutes in the comment section. Okay, let's talk about Jess's class.
Yeah, so we have a ton of Jess's cards here. She sent them in. It was so cool to see how she was able to create so many, like a batch of cards, you know, and had no scraps. It was so cool to see.
Yeah, I love that she was able to create so many with just a little bit of pattern paper. We all have a lot of pattern paper, and to be able to make it spread and make a ton of cards was an awesome, awesome technique.
And this can be applied to so many different papers if you have, you know, so it can really fit your style or whatever project you're working on.
Yeah.
It's very versatile.
And I love that she used the Scrapbook.com pattern papers, the playful, the boho. She used some fun patterns that we have. And I love that the pattern papers have like front and back. So you can see where she used like the smaller dot and the larger dot that are back sides of each other, which is great. So versatile, lots of fun things, and you can mass produce like this and then have all your cards ready to go for whatever event you have coming up, which is great.
Yeah.
Okay, let's now jump into Frank
Frank's.
Garcia's class. All right.
So I love that he said, like, don't worry about it being perfect, just go for it, which is, again, kind of what Diane had said yesterday. Just have fun with it. And that's what I think all of this is about, is just trying something new, having fun. You know, it might not be your thing, but try it, and then it can be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And I love that he created almost like an art masterpiece on the front cover of it with all the florals and the mixed media and adding the little glass beads with that mixed media gel. It was awesome to see that and to see how he created it and made it very unique and beautiful. And not only that, I love Frank, and I love the strawberry milkshake collection. It's so cute. I mean, you're not going to go wrong with that. Like he said, you have so many cards to choose from to create your album, and it was so pretty and so easy to put together. He made it look so easy.
Yeah, he just ripped out those 3x4 journaling cards and put them on the pages, and you were ready to go.
It was awesome. Like, I could not believe how simple he made it look and created something that looked like it took forever. So it was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I was going to say that he created those smaller pages for photos, which were awesome too, little 3x4, so you can make like your cute little album and have memories forever in this beautiful album, and you just get a substantial album out of the whole class, which was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an artist. I love it. I love it.
Definitely.
I love it. All right. Well, it's been a fun 2 days here at SBC Fest March 2023, and we have had so much fun. So let's choose our winner from the comment section. It'll be pinned to the top, and congratulations to whoever won that $100 gift certificate, and to everyone, congratulations if you've won a giveaway here at Scrapbook.com. We've done a lot of giveaways.
We have.
Yes, it's worth it. This is a party.
Definitely.
All right.
All right. So just to close things out, be sure to pick up your free Yay Tag die. Get your free SBC Fest sticker.
These are awesome.
It's a free with $20 purchase, and then use code SBCFest2 to save on any supplies that you pick up today.
Yep. All right. It is so sad to say goodbye.
I know. I don't want to end.
I know. I learned so much again at this SBC Fest, and it's because of you watching that we were able to do another one. So thank you so much. We want to do more. We think that there's more in the works, and we're excited to bring them to you because it is free education. It's just amazing, our community and how positive everybody was. So we thank you all for being here and being positive with us and sharing this love of paper crafting. It's a true passion, and we love it, and we are grateful to be here to do it with you.
Yes.
All right. It's sad. I
know.
Want to say goodbye. I don't want to say goodbye. Well, just thank you again. You can rewatch everything as we said. And it's been a true pleasure and so much joy. And thank you to all the instructors who took out of their days to create with us. And Diane Reevely, happy birthday yesterday. We are so grateful you spent your birthday with us. So it's goodbye.
It's goodbye. Until next time, though.
Until next time, we'll be back.
Yes.
Thanks to you. All right. Have a great day and happy crafting.